Okay, well, good morning, everybody. It's now 9:30, so it is time for me to open today's hearing session into the examination of the South Tyneside local plan. Hopefully, just to introduce myself, for those who haven't attended previous sessions, my name's David Spencer, and I'm an independent planning inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct the examination into the submitted local plan. For the benefit of those with an interest, this is the plan that was published by the Council in January 2024, and obviously representations were made on that plan at that time through to March of 2024, and it's those representations that are before me as part of this examination. Can I just check first off, can people hear me and where necessary see me okay, that the microphones are working? Yep. Good, thank you. Can I please ask at this point that people ensure that mobile phones are switched off or on their silent settings, please? And can I, at this early stage, just turn to the Council, please, for the usual daily housekeeping matters, including what we do in the event of the fire alarm going off.
Okay, good morning everybody. We're not expecting a fire alarm this morning, so if the alarm does go off, please can you make your way to the nearest fire exit, which is just on the far side of the room, and then proceed to the far side of the hotel car park and await instruction from hotel staff. Toilets are just across the corridor opposite this room. Please note that there's cables taped to the floor, so please be careful as you're moving around the room not to trip on those. Also, the hotel operates a parking eye system, so if you have parked in the car park, please ensure you've entered your registration number at the devices at the hotel reception. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Now, these events are being recorded and I think live streamed as well by the Council, but can I check at this stage, does anybody wish to make their own recording of today's session? No. Can I check, is there anybody here this morning from the local press? No. Okay. Just to remind everybody that this examination is being supported by an independent programme officer, that's Annette Feeney, who's sitting at the side back of the room to my left. Just to remind everybody that Annette works for the examination. She's your kind of first port of call if you need any assistance with examination documents or procedural matters relating to the examination, and sort of Annette works as the independent go-between between myself, the Council, and all those who've made representations on the plan. Annette is based here whilst we're sitting, but if you need to contact her at any other point, her contact details are on the examination website. As I've said at previous sessions, these are public meetings, they're held in public, but it is only the persons seated around the table who are permitted to speak and want to exercise their right to be heard. If I can remind people that obviously at various points throughout the hearings, I will ensure that people can exercise that right to be heard. You will be heard on the relevant points that link back to your representations. I'll either bring you in directly at a point of the discussion relevant to your representations, or if you've got a particular point that's you think is critical for me to hear at a particular point of the discussion, the convention as we've used is to upend your nameplate, and that will then signal to me that you want to come in at a particular part of the discussion. Can I please remind everybody that contributions to these hearing sessions should be relatively brief and succinct and to the point, and related to your original representations. Previously submitted statements have been read, they're before me, so I don't necessarily need them read out verbatim at this hearing session. What I'm particularly interested in, on the one hand, is to hear from the Council in terms of how they've gone around about the plan-making process and why I should be considering that's sound. But from those of you who have made representations that there are either soundness or legal compliance matters, I do want to understand what you are seeking in terms of how the plan should be modified or changed, or whether issues are so fundamental that the conclusion I should draw is that this isn't the right plan going forward for the borough over the plan period to 2040. In terms of just reminding everyone, we are going to probably hear views that we don't agree with, maybe even profoundly disagree with, but there should be respect and courtesy to all around the table, that everybody can freely make their contributions. It is important that I hear what people are saying, so it's difficult if people are speaking simultaneously for me to follow the conversation. In terms of being able to follow the conversation, this room did get relatively warm yesterday, and I think for the sake of comfort, we're going to see if we can persevere with the aircon. What I think that will mean is that we will need to use the microphones, and where possible, please speak as close to the microphone. They are reasonably flexible. Appreciate some people are sharing them, or they're between you, but please, for being able to hear in the room, and for those watching the recordings, use the microphone. If at any point the room does get kind of oppressively warm, please let me know. Please ensure that you kind of think about your comfort. If you're wearing a jacket or whatever, I won't be offended if you want to take that off. There's plenty of water, etc. So please ensure your own comfort during these hearing sessions. And then just finally, in terms for me for introductory remarks today, I mean, ordinarily the life of an inspector is a very lonely and solitary one, and I'm not allowed to speak to anybody outside of this room other than the programme officer, but I am being observed by a fellow colleague at some point today. I don't think he's with us yet, but if you do see me speaking to another gentleman, it's likely to be a fellow planning inspector. We will not be discussing the soundness of this plan, and I want to reassure the council and other participants that I alone carry the burden and responsibility of examining this plan. I will come to my own conclusions on the soundness, and I will not be fettered by another colleague. So if you do see me talking to somebody, it's very likely to be another inspector. Okay, that concludes the introductions that I wanted to make as part of just the general outline. Are there any brief questions around how this hearing sessions work? No. I see, Councillor Taylor, you've now joined us on behalf of the Green Party? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I think at this point I would like to turn to the Council in the first instance, as we have on previous sessions, to introduce who I'm likely to hear from this morning. Hopefully everybody's here for matter 4, which is strategic approach to Greenbelt, and the overarching approach to kind of site selection. So, Mr. Shadaravian, please.
Yes, my name is Paul Shadaravian, KC, acting for the Council.
Okay, I'm Deborah Lamb. I'm the Operations Manager for the Spatial Planner team at South Tyneside Council.
I'm Rachel Cooper, one of the Senior Planning Officers with South Tyneside Council.
I'm Matt Clifford. I'm also one of the Senior Planning Policy Officers for South Tyneside Council.
Thank you. And then working round from my right, please.
Morning all. Lee Fulcher, Principal at DPP Planning, representing Stonebridge Homes.
I'm James Thompson, a Development Planner at Banks Group.
Neil Westwick from Lichfields, representing Avant Homes.
Chris Smith from Lichfields, representing Helen's Land.
Neil Morton, Savills, representing Laverick Hall Farm Limited.
Chris Martin, Pegasus Group. I'm representing Bellway Homes Limited and Bellway Homes Limited North East.
Morning, Kevin Ayrton from ELG Planning, representing Story Homes.
Karen Hunter, Felgate Greenbelt. Dave Greensey of the Felgate Greenbelt Working Group.
Good morning, I'm Geraldine Kilgour, Labour Councillor for the Felgate and Hedworth Ward and supporting the Felgate Greenbelt Group. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Dave Hutchinson from East Bolton Neighbourhood Forum.
Mervyn Butler, Clayton East Bolton Labour Party.
Good morning, Councillor Rachel Taylor, representing South Tyneside Green Party.
Thank you. So just to check, I'm referring to you as, is it Councillor Kilgore? As a councillor, yep. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for those introductions. I'm going to follow the agenda that was previously circulated for this session. It links back to my matters, issues and questions, which were based on the representations that were submitted and the Council's evidence provided alongside in support of the plan. I just wanted to sort of briefly set out how I see this session going and some of the ground that we need to cover in terms of setting some of the context for the discussion. Just want to remind everybody that this is a plan that is being examined in sort of transitional circumstances and for the test of consistency with national planning policy. I am working to the September 2023 version of the National Planning Policy Framework. I appreciate there's been a lot of change recently in terms of national planning policy and green belts, but I'm still working back to that version of the National Planning Policy Framework. And as such, the national planning policy at that time said that at the time that this plan was prepared, that greenbelt boundaries should only be altered where exceptional circumstances are fully evidenced and justified, and that should be through the preparation of a local plan. And before concluding whether exceptional circumstances exist to justify changes to the greenbelt boundary, there is, in my view, a stepwise process. It set out at paragraph 141 of the National Planning Policy Framework, and it's to look at whether plan making has made or sought to make as much use of suitable brownfield sites and underutilised land, that there's been consideration of optimising densities, particularly in town centres and other locations well served by public transport, and thirdly, that there's been discussion with neighbouring authorities demonstrated through a statement of common ground whether some of the identified need could be accommodated elsewhere. As part of today's discussion, I'm not looking to discuss in detail the individual proposed changes to the greenbelt boundaries in South Tyneside. That starts tomorrow when we start looking at some of the individual sites. So I'm looking at the more kind of strategic approach that's been taken and whether at a high level there are the foundations for exceptional circumstances existing. In terms of some of the interrelated matters, for the benefit of those who haven't attended previous sessions, I've already discussed over 2 sessions this week the amount of development that's needed, both in terms of employment and housing, and also have to come to a view on that. I note that some of the representations on the plan have referred to case law, and I've tried to clarify through my guidance, or sorry, through my matters, issues and questions. There are differences. For plan making, the test is exceptional circumstances, and when you get planning applications within the Greenbelt, the test is very special circumstances. I know people have referred to case law in relation to Hunston. That was in relation to the latter test in terms of very special circumstances. In terms of whether exceptional circumstances exist, I've referred to case law in my messages and questions, which is often referred to as the Calverton case or the Calverton test. I'm not aware that that's been superseded or replaced by any further case law in terms of setting out the principles or what the court has set out as some of the parameters for looking at exceptional circumstances. Once we've been through those 3 steps of, or the 3 steps that lead us to considering a conclusion on exceptional circumstances, and then in the second part of today, want to look at how the methodology of looking at the Greenbelt has been reasonable, justified and consistent with national policies. This is the Greenbelt review evidence. And then thirdly, I think this is always a matter for local plan examinations, is just generally how sites have been selected and looked at, and whether that process has been robust, transparent, and all reasonable options that have been identified either through the Strategic Housing Land Availability Assessment, which is undoubtedly going to be shorthanded to the SHLA, and the Employment Land Review have kind of assessed, have kind of identified the reasonable options, and then those have been looked at comparably through the separate sustainability appraisal process. I appreciate there are those around the table who are promoting sites that are not in the plan. My remit is to look at what is in the plan, but I understand today and today's session and how the council has gone around, particularly site selection process, is probably for those promoting those representations a key opportunity to question the soundness and validity of that approach. So I don't want to discuss in too much detail sites that are not in the plan. It's the general approach and methodology to how sites have been selected. So that's my general introduction to today's session. We're due to sit for all of today. Whether we'll need all of today, I don't know. We'll review where we are. We will have a mid-morning break. There's obviously a programme break for lunch, and we'll see how much of the afternoon we need. So, without much further ado, and turning to my agenda for today's session, I want to turn in the first instance to the Council. I think it's picking up my matters and issues questions 4.1, and it may then flow into 4.2 as well, but focusing initially on matters and issues question 4.1, and it's that sort of first step, the fundamental step of whether all reasonable site options for housing and employment within the main urban area and the existing built-up areas have been considered, and where such sites have been assessed as suitable, available and achievable, whether they've been allocated or identified within the plan. So I don't know who's going to kick off for the Council, please. Thank you.
So as we've set out in the site selection topic paper, the Council are confident we've undertaken a comprehensive assessment of reasonable options. A total of 515 sites were considered as reasonable options, and then they went on to be assessed through the SHLAR and the ELR. Over 50 reasonable options were considered in the built-up areas of the villages, and over 300 reasonable options were considered in the main urban area. So the Council consider that to be comprehensive. And just the final part of that question, yes, where sites were assessed as suitable, available and achievable, they have been identified in the plan, either as potential allocations or commitments, or sites on the Brownfield register.
Thank you for that. Now, there are various figures that are before me, and I just want to just kind of get my head around some of these, and hopefully the Council can assist on this. You said there, Ms. Cooper, from the sort of the highest level, 515 sites have been assessed. There are then references to other figures as I go through the Council's Matter 4 statement. In terms of, I think, at response to my matters issue question 4.2, you say you've looked at 250 brownfield sites. And then finally, you've looked at 176 sites without planning permission. My logic would be to say the 515 is everything from the strategic housing land availability assessments, everything from the employment land review processes, whether they're greenfield, brownfield, got planning permission or got some kind of consent. That's the totality.
That's correct. So that 515 covers everything, every site we've looked at.
And then ultimately through the strategic housing land availability assessment process, there are then ultimately about 176 sites that weren't in the planning pipeline, so they're kind of new sites that have been kind of presented to the Council that didn't have at that time the benefit of an extant planning consent.
Yes, yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. And in terms of just establishing that kind of baseline figure and getting to the sort of the 515, the starting point is often the kind of the call for sites or call for sites. Can the Council just briefly explain how and when you've kind of done those processes or done those calls, please?
Yeah, so an initial call for sites was undertaken, I think it was in 2020, the first one. And we've obviously invited sites to come forward through the local plan consultation process. We also, after the initial call for sites, kind of did a sieve of brownfield sites, and where we didn't have ownership information for those sites, we then undertook land registry searches and wrote out to the owners just to establish, could this site come forward reasonably. We didn't get any response to that, but yeah, we did try to reach out to those owners.
I see. So where people had not positively responded to the call for sites, but nonetheless the council thought, well, we've got some underutilised land or some brownfield land, you proactively tried to kind of see if those...
Yeah, so when we've kind of gone through, you know, looking for sites ourselves, if there's been sort of disused land in the urban area, then yeah, we've undertaken land registry searches for that.
Thank you, but presumably a logical, ultimately out of that there will be some sites that just were not presented to the council, were not promoted by anybody to say, I've got a site here, I'll be interested in some development on that site. There will be some of those that are kind of left.
Yeah, obviously we're aware through representations through the local plan there are sites that people have identified could be or seemingly are suitable for development, but we just haven't been able to establish their availability.
Thank you. And in terms of, obviously, there are kind of various call for sites, but could sites come through in other processes? I mean, if somebody had made a representation at the earlier Regulation 18 stages or ultimately the Regulation 19 stage, would the council have taken those into consideration?
Yes, yeah. So any sites that have kind of been put forward to us at any point have been then added into the SLAR database and considered.
And in terms of the strategic housing land availability, the SLAR, various people reference the 2023 SLAR. Is that correct? Because I think the document that's before me in the examination is dated 2024. Has there been an update?
Yeah, so the 2024 SLAR was published just as part of the sort of submission package of documents, and the 2023 supported the Reg 19 consultation.
I see. So would the 2024 SLAR be an opportunity? Would that have been an opportunity to respond to anything that kind of came in through the Regulation 19 process?
Yes, yeah, and obviously an update to commitments and completions at that point.
Thank you for that. I mean, I think in terms of just turn to anybody else around the table, I think looking at various kind of representations, we'll come on to some of the potential alternatives under my matter and issue question 4.3, which I think is at item item 6 of my agenda. But in terms of just the general approach that the council's taken, I think most representations I've read have kind of complemented the council's thoroughness of looking at over 500 sites as part of the kind of assessment process. Is it Mrs. Hunter? Yes.
Can I ask, of the non-responses, do we have a geographical area of the borough of the non-responses, and also owners request that it should only be used for employment and not housing? Do we have a geographical area? Is it more in South Shields? Is it in Jarrow? Is it in Whitburn? Is it in Clevedon? Where are the non-responses coming from?
I don't know if the council can assist on that. I presume it's mainly within the main urban area, but
Yeah, that's correct. So those sites were mainly in the main urban area that we brought out to.
thank you for that. If I can move on in terms of the agenda, please, and item item 3. I think it's probably not strictly linked to one of my MIQs, but kind of a sort of a subsequent thought when kind of reading the statements. I mean, in terms of looking at sites, and particularly within the sort of the main urban areas and the village village areas, did the council kind of apply kind of reasonable kind of thresholds, sites above a certain size, and then subsequently, presumably there's then been an allowance made for kind of unanticipated sites, particularly smaller sites, which we often refer to as windfall?
Yeah, that's correct. So the SLA initially looked at sites over 0.5 hectares or sites that were capable of delivering 5 dwellings. There will be some sites in the SLA that fall under that threshold, so where sites have specifically come forward through the council's asset management team or regeneration team, we've looked at those sites. So there's a sort of general threshold, but it wasn't like a strict cut-off. And yeah, we have applied a windfall allowance, so it's set out in the efficient use of land paper, which recommends an allowance of 10 small sites and 10 dwellings on small sites and 27 dwellings on larger sites from year 6 of the plan period.
Thank you. I'll come on to, we'll look at windfall allowances in more detail as part of stage 2. Before I move on to how the council has looked at employment land, because I appreciate that's the other part of the equation in terms of exceptional circumstances. Mr. Green, please.
In relation to the SLA, if you just go to page, it's about developable sites and not presently developable sites. Appendix B, page 44, related to brownfield sites. There's an abundance of brownfield sites there. And there's one in particular, SBC 84, which is the former MOD bunkers. Now that's been excluded from the local plan. Yeah, it's a site of in total 83 acres, 33.6 hectares. I believe it's, 20 acres is the sole area. Then you've got the army camp of 16 acres, and then I believe 35 acres are owned by others. And I'm just wondering whether that has been thoroughly looked at and why it was actually excluded from being put forward as with it being a brownfield site, why it was excluded from being put forward in the first place. But there is an abundance of, if you look at the map, there's a stack of brownfield sites which haven't been put forward. Yeah, there's loads. Yeah, if you could take a look at that, please.
Thank you, Mr. Green. We'll probably come on to that when we look at item 6, but I just wonder on the general point from the council's approach. I mean, I'm mindful there's obviously very kind of clear guidance when looking at sites. Are they achievable, suitable, available? And those are the kind of the 3 kind of key criteria. The council can do so much to kind of make people kind of bring sites to the table, but it can't compel them to put their land forward. But is there a general picture or an extensive kind of picture that there are kind of various sites across the borough that people might sort of look at and think, well, why hasn't that come forward? But there might be reasons that aren't obvious because of ownership or suitability that kind of explains why they're not put forward within the plan.
Yeah, I think as we touched on earlier, availability is probably the main factor as to why there's so many brownfield sites that appear in the SLAR but then are not taken forward in the plan. And yeah, like I touched on, we tried to kind of proactively look at those sites and look at their ownership details and availability. But yeah, there's a lot of sites in the SLAR that are maybe operational businesses, operational schools that were just kind of looked at as, you know, a really comprehensive look at sites across the borough, but yeah, they're ultimately not available.
Thank you. We'll come back. I think, Mr. Green, you're not alone. I think other people have referred to it as the bunker site, so I think it's probably something we'll come back to in terms of whether any potential sites have been not looked at or potentially overlooked. I'm not sure if that's the case for that site, but we'll come back to it in due course. So on this issue, in terms of what the council's looked at within the urban areas and the villages, is it Mr. Hutchison next and then Councillor Kilgour, please?
Yes, thank you, sir. Now that we're talking about the specific built-up areas in Bolton, Clevedon and Whitburn, I think it's worth us pointing out that in the site assessments, the Clevedon Lane site, which we spoke about yesterday, which may be approved when the appeal is conducted. That was a brownfield site, and when it was assessed, it was judged as being able to be released from employment use. That site would provide 202 houses, which would meet the whole identified housing need for the East Bolton area, as set out in the neighbourhood plan, and that would be over a 17-year period, and that was agreed by the examiner for the neighbourhood plan.
Thank you. Councillor Kilgour, please.
Thank you, sir. With regards to the bunker, we have carried out further investigations, even only yesterday. We understand that that site was put forward, that we are very aware of a partial owner of the site, and they were able to come back to us yesterday and give us some more detail around the parcels of land on that site. So we are aware that that was put forward.
Thank you. I think I want to avoid too much site specifics at the moment. We'll come back to this under item 6 of my agenda, because there may be other reasons the council can draw on around that particular site. But it is one that is clearly in the sort of the public psyche as why isn't that kind of an option that's been looked at or taken forward. And I may need some assistance just kind of geographically pinpointing that for my own benefit or reference. Other contributions, Mr. Butler next, please.
Thank you, sir. Notwithstanding what you've just said, I feel I have to respond immediately to the two submissions by colleagues on the left. Draw your attention to the site selection topic paper submitted by the council, and that gives significant reasons as to why the MOD site was not considered suitable at Regulation 19, and also draw your attention that it's outside the settlement boundary for the East Bolton neighbourhood plan, but as you say, we'll have more detail on that later on.
Thank you. Appreciate it. There's probably a lot of interest in the housing situation in relation to how housing sites have been looked at in terms of housing potential. Just turning to the other part of the exceptional circumstances consideration for this examination. I think it's also part of my maths issues question 4.1 in terms of employment, because obviously this is a plan that is looking to alter the green belt in relation to employment land provision. We'll come on to that specific site tomorrow. But in terms of how excuse me, the council's process through the employment land review call for sites process has kind of considered all kind of options, particularly within the main urban area, prior to looking at the need for a greenbelt alteration. Is it Mr. Clifford?
Thank you, sir. Yes, the council's principal source for developing an understanding of employment land is the employment land review that was undertaken in 2023. The baseline consisted of the portfolio of existing employment sites, and those sites promoted by landowners and agents. So they were then grouped together under various headings such as general employment land, specialist employment land such as the Port of Tyne, and they were assessed under sustainability and market assessment criteria through that process. So through that process, we determined what we consider to be a robust baseline for the employment site selection process, and that's further detailed in the topic paper, site selection topic paper.
Thank you. And are you able to advise Mr. Clifford or recall, I mean, obviously the Employment Land Review, as you say, was 2023. I'm probably anticipating that was always more interest or pressure in relation to housing sites or people looking for options for housing. But have there been any kind of subsequent kind of sites, potential areas identified since the Employment Land Review that have needed to go into the site selection process or into sustainability appraisal potentially, or have things remain after the Employment Land Review? Has it kind of been reasonable to kind of draw a line that those were the kind of reasonable kind of pool of sites for employment uses?
I think it's reasonable to draw a line. We've not had any sites promoted which change the overall picture.
Thank you. On employment land, Mr. Green, please.
Yeah, there's two questions really. Have the sites that, you know, that haven't now come forward, have they been revisited? You know, when they were originally asked whether they'd put the sites forward, have any of them been revisited? And again, I think it's a time to mention, you know, within the town centres, but I'm not sure whether this will go on to number 6 in the agenda. You know, there's Roman Hass and there is other sites, but will that come further on, or is it best to do it now?
Roman Hass will definitely be item 6.
So we'll leave that one now, as well as other sites in the town.
As well as other, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, thank you. I mean, just picking up a point Mr. Green made there, and for the benefit of people around the table, maybe also for myself, in terms of, you know, is there potentially a kind of an iterative or an ongoing process? I mean, I'm assuming from what the council was saying earlier, particularly through the strategic housing land availability assessment process, you have been continually updating that document, including as recently as 2024, and that's pretty close to when the council intended to submit the plan. Obviously, I'm mindful it's the plan as the council was intending to submit. Was that sound, and was that accompanied by sound evidence? I appreciate things can always potentially change. We live in kind of very fluid times, and sites change ownership, etc. But I mean, as we sit here now, I mean, was the 2024 sort of SLAR update, picking up Mr. Green's point, an opportunity to just kind of look again at, you know, site capacities, our sites? Has anything changed in terms of availability, things like that?
Yeah, so like you say, the SLAR's an iterative process and it's updated every year, and sites are re-looked at through that process. We invite site submissions at any point through our website. There's a form on the website, And yeah, so it's updated regularly. And as we mentioned earlier, we've got that windfall allowance built into the plan to allow for sites to come forward that have not been identified specifically through the plan process.
And sort of parallel to that, some people might be aware of it, but presumably the council is running or has a brownfield register, so there's potentially another source of information.
Yeah, so the Brownfield register is updated alongside the SLAR yearly, and that's published on our website as well.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
The local plan was initially rejected by full council on the 5th of September 2024. It was again put to full council on the 27th of February, the exact same local plan. Why between when it was initially rejected on the 5th of September, between the 27th of February 2025, but did nothing change? There was nothing added. It was exactly the same local plan. And I feel that when it was rejected in September 24, it was actually rejected by all parties, the Green Party, the Independents, members of the Labour Party, for specific reasons. That would have been given the council the ideal opportunity to revisit it, to maybe perhaps revisit some of the brownfield sites that had been initially excluded, but nothing was done. You know, and that by then the timetable was running out. It had to be in for March the 12th, you know, to go on the SLARs. The old NPPF framework. But that would have given the council the ideal opportunity to relook, make some slight adjustments, and perhaps it might have been accepted on the 27th of February 2025.
I mean, I think as I indicated on day one at the start of this, I mean, we are where we are. I understand the background to this plan examination. I mean, I've got to focus on, and my remit is on the plan that's been submitted and the evidence that accompanies it, that has followed a Secretary of State intervention. So I can't really sort of go too much back into the decision-making process. So I think it's looking at the kind of the soundness of what is before us. I just wonder, Mr. Green, I mean, as you say, I mean, as I said at the start of this kind of process, thinking about, you know, what are the potential changes that people would like to see to this plan, and you say there might have been some, you know, if you looked at brownfield sites, some slight changes or slight amendments. I think, I can't remember your exact phrase, but slight was in there. Is that your case, or do you think actually it's more fundamental because there could be, you know, significant kind of untapped kind of brownfield previously developed potential that's, you know, fundamentally changes the plan? It would be a different plan. It's not a slight thing.
Yeah, quick answer, yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Kilgore, please.
Thank you, sir. Just to come back very, very briefly, and I know we're going to discuss the Roman Hass site in full at item 6, I understand that. I just think with regards to the allocation and the investigation around the Roman Hass site, there has been additional work carried out with regards to the AAP for the IAMP, and offering, and I know that's not confirmed as yet, that hasn't entirely been satisfied, with regards to general employment land. So we see very, very recently that the Roman Hass site, after laying empty and dormant for 15 years, is now allocated for general employment use with regards to the port. So given the work that has been going on with the port and the history of allocating land to that, and also linking that with the AAP on the IAMP, I just find it unusual that it has come, you know, forward just now. The Roman Hass paper has been put forward, and I accept that you accepted that for transparency reasons and for completeness, but I just think that there seems to have all of a sudden been an interest in securing Roman Hass under the guise of general employment linked to the port, and I just wonder why that wasn't done previously. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we'll come on to the Roman Hass site, and I think I'll give the council an opportunity. I mean, I'm not going to discuss the topic paper right now. We'll come on to that into item 6, but the council can obviously explain to me in the examination, you know, some of the content of that paper, and when you've kind of looked at sites, hearing the submission, it's suddenly come forward, but I'm sure the council will set out some of the background and the kind of the chronology of when you looked at this site, that particular site, thinking back to the 2023 Employment Land Review and other evidence.
It doesn't. The topic paper doesn't raise any new assessment. All it does is identify documents which are in the evidence base and publicly available information in order to bring some clarity over that particular site. That's all it does.
Well, we'll come on to it in matter 6, and I appreciate people have got very kind of different views on the treatment or how that site should be looked at. In terms of then just moving on to my agenda, I thought I wanted to ask the question. It was my MIQ 4.4, but just sort of generally, and trying to just unpick this kind of first part of the National Planning Policy Framework in terms of looking at, using as much possible suitable brownfield sites and underutilised land as possible. Whether there are other factors or particular factors that also need to be borne in mind. I think I referred yesterday, planning doesn't necessarily start with a blank piece of paper. There are various things going on, various issues in relation to how land could be used. I thought it'd be helpful to me, perhaps to others in this room, but just invite the council. It's item 5 on my agenda in terms of whether there are kind of constraints or other factors that need to be borne in mind. People might be looking at the borough and thinking there are all these sites or potential sites, but there could be other things, could be flood risk or other factors that are influencing or having a sort of a bearing on how much kind of development can actually be yielded and delivered within the main urban area and the villages, or the built up part of the villages.
Yeah, so as we've already touched on, we've looked at a lot of sites throughout the main urban areas. There are constraints in the main urban area that the council have looked at throughout the plan process. Obviously, we've looked at the strategic flood risk assessment, which has impacted some sites, heritage assets throughout the main urban area, and the council are also conscious of green infrastructure deficits throughout the main urban area. The green and blue infrastructure strategy identifies that there are pockets of high socioeconomic deprivation in the main urban area, which tends to overlap with inadequate access to green space and nature. So that's sort of been factored into the plan making process as well.
Thank you. And then I sort of followed up in sort of second part of my agenda, or third part of my agenda, item 5. There are kind of these direct things we can see, whether it's kind of green spaces or heritage, but then sort of I describe them as less observable factors. There are other things that have a bearing, and I think, Ms. Cooper, you referred to some of them earlier in terms of just genuine availability. People haven't, but afford the council an opportunity if it wishes to, in terms of whether there are other things, and it was mentioned yesterday when we were looking at housing need and delivery, things like viability, land ownership constraints, people who, for whatever reason, are just simply not putting land forward for consideration, whether there's kind of other factors we need to bear in mind.
Yeah, I think obviously I've touched on the availability issues throughout the main urban area. There's also a lot of issues throughout the main urban area, such as the Tyne Tunnel. Can't build on top of that. There's the health and safety executive zones around some sites in Jarrow, which constrains development around there. So yeah, there are obviously a lot of constraints.
And of course, the site selection topic paper appendices deal with this on a more micro level, on a site by site, and will identify those constraints and if they acted as true constraints to potential development.
Thank you. And sometimes there's a perception that there is a never-ending kind of supply of previously developed land, underutilised land. I mean, it's been a focus of the planning system now for some time, over certainly the last 2 or 3 decades, to kind of make the most of kind of previously developed land, encourage the reuse of brownfield land. I mean, has that been an observable trend situation within South Tyneside, that a lot of brownfield sites have already come forward or are already might have the benefit of planning permission, so already accounted for within the consented supply?
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case in South Tyneside. A lot of former employment sites have already come forward for housing, and yeah, just a lot of the brownfield sites in the urban area already have permission. We don't have the numbers to hand of the sort of percentages that have come forward over the years, but there is definitely a decline of available brownfield land.
Thank you. And I think I picked that up from the other end of the spectrum through the Employment Land Review paper. Identified a number of sites have been gone from employment to residential through that evidence. Mr. Ayrton, please.
Yeah, just to add to that point, I guess a lot of the brownfield sites, they could come forward now. They're not constrained by the green belt, and they haven't done so. In a time where there's been low housing delivery and perhaps demand for housing, they haven't come forward in a time where policy in a lot of sites would allow them to do so, which is quite telling.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, please.
Thank you, sir. I'd just add to what Mr. Ayrton says. If they haven't come forward through development management process, the fact that they're going to get allocated, I don't think would make it any more likely that they're going to come across, going to come forward. And I think the important thing to emphasise there is brownfield sites, it's getting harder and harder to bring them forward because of things like biodiversity net gain. And on brownfield sites, if you end up being unfortunate, for instance, to have open mosaic habitat on there, it becomes a very expensive thing to do to get a brownfield site being brought forward in a viable way. It also doesn't help in South Tyneside, as in the main urban areas. I think I mentioned yesterday, the areas of the lower residential value, so they already have viability challenges. So from our point of view, if anything, we think the council have probably been overly generous in an allowance in the main urban areas, and it would just further strengthen the argument that actually there are exceptional circumstances to look at Greenbelt.
Thank you. I'll come back to that item 7 on my agenda because I appreciate the various representations who've query or have issue with how the strategic housing land availability assessment has looked at kind of densities and what can be achieved within the urban area. So we'll come back to that point. Before I move off agenda item 5, and we kind of look into some of the other potential sites. Are there any sort of other observations or comments on the kind of the general approach that the council has taken in terms of the existing settlements and their ability to accommodate or sustainably accommodate further growth? I think as the council's outlined, there's various kind of competing demands for land, whether it's employment, green space, housing, whether the council's kind of got the balance right as part of this plan. I'll hear from Mr. Green and then Councillor Taylor, please.
Yeah, it's just 2 items. It was related to what Mrs. Cooper had said. There was actually, you know, when you kind of build around the Tyne Tunnel, that is correct, but there was actually, you know, brownfield sites available in an old wood yards, which is just outside of the urban area, which I believe has now gone to the Port of Tyne, but that was available during the period when the plan was being put together. And also with brownfield sites, which is just being mentioned, this biodiversity net gain apply to brownfield sites as well? Can you just clarify, or are brownfield sites still the first choice for consideration?
Thank you. I mean, there is an encouragement to use brownfield land. I'm not aware that it's exempt from biodiversity net gain. Now, whether it can be delivered on-site, off-site, Mr. Ayrton?
Yeah, it applies to brownfield sites that, as Mr. Martin mentioned earlier, it makes a lot of them unviable because the hierarchical approach for B&G is to provide it on-site first. So that's both a spatial impact on the site delivery and also a cost. And if you can't provide it on-site, which that's the first target, is you have to purchase credits, and they're not cheap. So it's made a lot of brownfield sites which are marginal, unviable. So it's a direct consequence on that priority to deliver brownfield has been harmed by the B&G as introduced.
Okay, thank you. Well, we'll be looking at viability as part of the stage 2 hearings, sort of more in the round. Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to note that the greenbelt loss already felt in South Tyneside recently. Obviously, you know about the IAMP and the removal of the greenbelt there, and we lost 2,500 linear metres of hedgerow and the effect that had on biodiversity. And Epney School, which is, of course, brownfield and everything, and when the football pitches at the back were all built on greenbelt land. And, of course, that's then being used for the 106 agreement to justify the college relocation and all that development. So all this is just more greenbelt we're losing bit by bit. I wanted that noted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to move on then in terms of my agenda to item 6. We'll probably start this discussion and then have a mid-morning break somewhere through it. But my general question, and it goes back to my MIQ 4.3, we've touched upon this at various sessions already and already this morning. The theme through the representations that plan making has either missed or overlooked or not taken into or unreasonably discounted potential options or sites, particularly within the main urban area, and as a consequence there wasn't the need or the exceptional circumstances don't exist to alter the greenbelt to the extent that's proposed within the submitted plan. Probably going to focus first on the particular example because this is a site that is repeatedly referred to. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. It's the Romanhas site, I believe now owned by Dow, or in the ownership of Dow Chemicals. Site in Jarrow. It's one site. I appreciate the council's prepared a topic paper, but I think I'm going to hear about other sites or potential themes around other sites as well. But if I can just invite the council first, it was my matters issues question 4.3, whether it's kind of applied a reasonable approach more generally when kind of discounting sites or concluding that sites are not appropriate, in this case, to allocate for housing.
Yeah, as we've sort of picked up on earlier, the site selection topic paper looks at each of the reasonable options individually and sets out why they have or haven't been taken forward through the plan process. Obviously, there's quite a comprehensive evidence base that sits behind that, so the council are confident that a reasonable approach has been taken.
And then by I'm assuming by then association, if they don't fall at that hurdle, or they're not one of the, is it the category 1 sites where there's a fundamental kind of constraint, they then will go into sustainability appraisal, will have been looked at, had on day 1 the significant appendices of sites that have been appraised, so things that have passed through that kind of site selection process have then gone into sustainability appraisal as reasonable options. Thank you. So if we deal with the Romanhas site first, as I indicated, the council has produced a topic paper. It did arrive at a relatively late stage for this kind of examination process. I've taken the view that it is pulling together existing evidence that's either contained within the Employment Land Review paper and elsewhere in terms of the site selection process. It's clearly a site that several, if not many people think has development potential, particularly for housing. And I just wonder if I can invite the council in the first instance to just give an overview of how this site has been looked at. It's obviously been looked at as part of the Employment Land Review, but also coming back to what we've been discussing this morning, is this a site where the owner has positively kind of put it forward and said, you know, I have this site, I would like it considered for housing. So I'll give the council the first opportunity on this, and then I'll open up to others.
Thank you, sir. The site is allocated in the plan for employment, and it's been a long-standing employment site. The site owners have never promoted the site for housing. On the contrary, they have made very, very clear that they are resistant to it ever being redeveloped for housing. The company has particular reasons to do with its activities. It does not wish to see that site redeveloped for housing. The company has only ever promoted it for employment, and the council's business development team are working with the company to bring the site forward for employment. So the site is not and has never been available for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Clifford. From my reading of the kind of background material, this is a site that ceased its last use in around about 2015, 2016. So we're looking at getting on for around about
voted for employment use. That continues to be the case, and the council's business development team are working proactively with the site owners to bring it forward, and the council very much supports it coming forward for employment, and there is that ongoing proactive joint working relationship to deliver it for employment.
And in terms of its kind of potential for employment, we will come on to the kind of detail of the employment allocations as part of stage 2, but just a very sort of high level now at this stage. I mean, I think it's referenced by Councillor Kilgore earlier about it being a sort of a general employment use site. Is that the case, or does it have potential for kind of some other specific uses given its kind of rivers? Does it extend? It extends down to the river, has a river frontage. Does it have other potential, and does the plan provide some flexibility?
Yes, sir. As you rightly state, the site has an extended river frontage, and that's a major advantage of the site. We did previously identify it specifically for sort of port and river related use, which we would still very much support it coming forward for that use, but we provided the flexibility in terms of general employment use. I would also point out, sir, that in terms of the in terms of the site being delivered for employment use, the site owners have been proactively working to remediate the site, so they are to a standard that is compatible with employment uses, which will obviously assist in the marketing of that site.
Thank you. If I can turn to those who have an alternative view or consider that the council hasn't been sufficiently thorough or proactive in looking at this particular site. If I can start with Councillor Kilgore, then Mr Green, and then Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you, sir. I live in relatively close proximity to the Roman House site. It has been disused, for want of a better word, for at least 15 years. The remediation that we talk about was carried out some years ago, and I believe nothing or very little has been done since. Now, certainly speaking in a councillor capacity and receiving information in that regard, we were advised that the owner was deeply concerned around any comeback if houses were built on that land. And then very recently, the mention of flooding has been put forward as a reason as well. But in my submission, and I certainly won't go over it again, there is significant material around the site from some years ago where the council state that the authorities' environmental experts say that they have examined the land and insist the soil is safe. The council's environmental officer raised no objection in regard to contaminated land. Now, I think we'd be foolish to think that there isn't anything to remediate. I think it's absolutely clear that there is. Now, my particular concern is that only since the rush of, the failure of the plan to go through council on 2 occasions, that this site, there has been a for sale sign outside of that site for as long as I can remember. And I've lived in that end of Jarrow for 26 years. So, while it was operational, admittedly, and I miss my calendar every year, but this is not a site that has been overly promoted. And I absolutely do believe that if there's flood risk with housing, potentially, there's flood risk with employment. If there is contamination risk for housing, then there's contamination risk for employment. I don't see that one can be one and one for another. The joint working doesn't appear to have occurred until around this time. And I'm not minded or convinced that, I think, I'll be really honest, I feel that this site has been allocated because we're onto it. We've now kind of really progressed with our investigations around the site. There are detailed papers on the site, that goes without saying, and we have all of them in front of us. But I absolutely do. And I also think, we talk about communities. I think this would be a huge uplift to the community of Jarrow, because that area of Jarrow is also some of our most deprived areas where we see great poverty in that end of Jarrow. And I do think it has accessibility for the tunnel, which, as you know, is now 2-lane both ways. We have the metro, we have the bus station, a stone's throw away. It is, in my opinion, a very appropriately situated site. And I think we're absolutely missing a trick if we do not develop that for housing. There has been housing recently developed along I think it's called, is it the Fraser site, further along the riverfront, where there has been funding provided for some remediation. I'm not saying that it's going to be easy, but there has been some remediation. And this report, overridingly, I think that the difficulty we've got in comprehending the information that we have in front of us is that the views and the expert views have differed over the years. And which is it? Is the soil contaminated? Is it not? Because, I've got a raft of information that says it's developable. And I would say it's available, it's developable, it's deliverable. And we have identified sites that the level of detail that has gone into this hasn't gone into. How do we know? We know with this site, it actually can come forward because it's now been allocated as part of the port. But what disturbs me is that the element for the port that is being categorised as general use with regards to the AAP is also designated in the same way that Roman has. So how much of that land do we need, given the other is already, you know, in an enterprise zone whereby certain benefits can be brought, and we talked about that yesterday around national insurance, you know, benefits for local and small businesses. This site is not in that zone. So why would we, you know, want businesses to go into something that isn't as advantageous as the AAP? Are we not over-providing and failing to release this for housing? And yet, in that case, releasing land into the Greenbelt. So I don't see exceptional circumstances because of partly this site, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just, before I bring in anybody else, Councillor Kilgour, I think, if I understand you correctly, you're questioning the degree of contamination on that site, but I think you said you did accept, when we look at the kind of the history of activity that's taken place on that site, you know, some of those types of uses are, you know, at the kind of the heavier end of kind of industry in terms of types of activities. That there's that, you know, that cannot. Can that reasonably be discounted as an issue?
No.
That's something that has to be dealt with?
No, absolutely not. But again, countering that, the environmental experts of our local authority some years ago determined that the soil is safe. They are the words of the article. So for me, as I've said, and I don't want to kind of labour the point, that if it's suitable and acceptable and can be remediated for employment use, where you will have people on the site, then I don't see, and certainly for flood purposes, I don't see any reason, unlike the Fellgate SP8 site, that flooding would be a significant factor there. And I really do think this is an absolute perfect example of a site we're not utilising, and I think that would be it would let us down, actually. Thank you.
Thank you. I will bring in others. I'm sure I'll come back to the council on some of the points, but just Councillor Kilgour, I mean, part of the council's evidence and submissions to me are that this is a site owned by a private company that doesn't want to see housing on this site. It's not promoted this site for housing. One of the key tests and things I'll be thinking about when looking at all housing sites is, are they deliverable? And if they're in a private ownership that's saying to the council, we do not want housing on this, we're okay with employment, and it could be a variety of employment uses, but not housing, isn't that fairly sort of compelling evidence that this won't come forward or would not come forward as housing? What would be the alternative? Who would step in? Who would make that happen if a private company is saying, we don't want this type of land use on our site?
Sir, in my opinion, I haven't seen anything that compels me to understand that is the absolute arbitrary decision of the owner. I accept the local authority have been or are advising us of that, and I'm not disputing that is their understanding, but we have never been afforded any communication with that owner, and I would like to understand in greater detail, much greater detail, as to why that is. And I think potentially, you know, why now? Why has it been allocated to the port now? This plan and the one in, you know, kind of 2016-18, why now? And I genuinely think that given the constraints that we're under, that the small borough that we reside in and the difficulties with the coastal area, that this is ever more important. And we need to speak to that owner, and we need to negotiate with the owner. And I think, with the greatest respect, if it's handy to allocate it to the port, we need to be more creative around that, and we need to have those detailed discussions that we've not been afforded. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can bring in Mr. Green next, and then Councillor Taylor. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Kilgour's touched on a lot of that. Again, I've wrote down on here, why are they now proactively looking at it? You know, is it a coincidence? Well, I'm not going to say it. But the thing is, with Roman Haas, you know, there is it's heavy. It's been heavy industry in Jarrow and all the way up the Tyne. Now, one of the council arguments is that, you know, there will be a clean-up operation. Now, previous sites, you've got the old Holborn site in South Shields, which is shipbuilding. That was given grants of well, I'll go into all. South Tyneside Council was given between 2020 and 2024. I'm not sure when during those periods. It was allocated almost £8 million in funding to clean up brownfield sites. Now, 1.85 million went on Old Holborn, which is the old shipyard site where there's it's riverfront. The council held a balance of 483,000, and the remaining 5,475,000 was spent on South Shields Town Centre. Now, you know, what other funding is available? Further up, you've got the Hawthorne Leslie site, which again is an old shipbuilding site. I believe it might have been contaminated. From the North East Combined Authority, South Tyneside Council accessed 1.945 million, which cleaned the site up. Now, what I'm trying to say is, yeah, Roman Haas could have contamination on it, even though the soil's deemed it hasn't. Why isn't South Tyneside Council actively seeking brownfield funding? I believe, I mean, I'll go back into something else from the North East Combined Authority. This is going back to, you know, during the period between the local plans. We do not have any requests for brownfield housing funding which are being put forward for funding approval at this time, but we're working with South Tyneside and Homes England to develop a pipeline of projects which can be put forward for funding. Now, what I'm asking is, you know, Roman Haas is in private ownership, but why, if you're trying to prove exceptional circumstances to release greenbelt land, why in exceptional circumstances are you not going for a compulsory purchase order on Roman Haas? Now, I don't know how that works. I'm not, you know, deemed, but it's actually been empty for 18 years, and I believe it was cleaned up by funding from South Tyneside Council in 2018. Now, why didn't they actively promote that during the build-up of the local plan? You know, why didn't they put in place compulsory purchase orders? Again, I don't know how it works, but it's just all, as Councillor Kilgour says, why now? I believe we know that why now, but I put it to the council, I put it yourself to determine why now. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Regarding the topic paper, as you say, it came in at the 11th hour, and I did contact Annette Feeney for information to ask if the data was available because after reading the report, to see if I wanted to see the data to show it was contaminated from, you know, and I know that Annette then got in touch with the council and they sent 2 application numbers in response to prove this is why it's contaminated. So, of course, I've read through both them papers, and this might be as well where Councillor Kilgour has read it, because it then goes on to say, so the second page of the planning reference ST 006118 FUL from Associate Planner at AECOM to the Principal Planning Officer states this: following soil samples taken at 32 locations on the Roman Haas site, I quote, "The majority of compounds were reported as concentrations below the method reporting limit. Where concentrations were detected above the MRL, these did not exceed the site-specific assessment criteria. Therefore, the material is considered unlikely to pose a potential risk to controlled water or human health." Because I'm aware that the site contamination is a big reason why people are being, you know, told or for a long time now that that's why it's not getting developed. So to read that in both papers that were being used as evidence was, I thought, quite stark. Now, contamination can be remediated. UK Plan and Environmental Law requires contaminated land to be made suitable for its proposed use. Standard proven remediation methods are available. Clean-up, soil capping, protective measures are available. Now, dozens of former industrial sites in the North East have been safely redeveloped for housing already. Now, the flood risk as well affects only a small portion. I believe it's 7% of the site. The Environment Agency flood map shows 7% of Roman site is in flood zone 2 and 3. I think, I'm not 100% sure on that, but it's 7%. And that's a small, manageable proportion that does not preclude development. Site layout can be designed to keep homes out of high-risk areas or mitigate risk through engineering. A precedent of this is the Holborn Riverside development in South Shields, which has already been touched upon. A portion of that was also in the flood zone, and by raising the level, that's all able to be developed. So the Holborn site was partially in flood zone 3, but was successfully engineered out of the functional floodplain through site raising and flood defences. So in summary, the area is not recognised as contaminated under part, I don't know if it's IIA or 11A. The council position is a soil currently deemed safe with no formal health objections. Developers' requirements must conduct thorough contamination investigations, remove cap hazards, install protections, and then it could be developed. Risk to residents is low if remediation is carried out correctly. Now, I looked into it, and for the size of Romanhas, I believe if it was high-density housing, you could get 700 or more houses on that site. And the location of it, where it does mention in the council's topic paper that it's in a, already a site that's being developed for industry. But I think it's worth noting that, and this was within the council's proof of why it can't be developed, funnily enough, where it says, the nearest residential properties are 10 metres from the Romanhas site. So it's a heavily residential area anyway, as well as it being, also for industrial use. It's 160 metres of the north of Jarrow Town Centre, 360 metres from Palmer's Community Hospital, 380 metres from Jarrow Community Centre, and 310 metres from Dunn Street Primary School. It seems like a perfect place to have homes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm mindful I'm being referred to, I think, material that is not before me. It's obviously been shared by the council in terms of those planning application references. I'll look to the council now if there's any objection that I should be provided with those, or is there...
No, not at all. They're in the public domain, and they've been referred to, so you should have a look at them. My instructions are that the application, one of the applications referred to was for the removal of a soil berm, and so the pollution assessment, contamination assessment didn't relate to the whole site. That's my instructions. Is this an opportunity to address the general point?
It is. Just before we move on, I'm going to record as an action point. I think there were reference to 2 application references. If they can be provided to me as links, then I can follow through the application references that Councillor Taylor referred to, just for completeness. Yeah.
Okay, we'll make sure that happens.
Okay, I think, yes, this is now, Mr. Shadowraven, yes, the council's opportunity to kind of rebut or...
I can deal with this very shortly. We don't know what the true theoretical capacity of the site is, because we don't know what kind of mitigation might be required if it were made available for housing. But before we get there, let's just first of all remind ourselves what this examination is about. It's about soundness. And in determining whether or not the plan is sound and the decisions which have been made in relation to the plan are sound, one has to have regard to the fact that it involves an exercise of planning judgment, and that planning judgment has to be exercised reasonably, having regard to the available evidence. In that context, the first point to note about this site is that it is not available for housing development. So short of the local planning authority using its powers of compulsory acquisition, it is not available. Secondly, judgments have to be made about the context of the site, and what development is likely to be acceptable on the site, exercising that reasonable planning judgment. And so you can go along and have a look at the site and look at the surrounding land uses and come to your own view about the council's assessment of its suitability for anything other than employment development. Thirdly, in terms of contamination, one has to have regard also to the fact that residential development is highly sensitive. You're talking about families living there 24/7, children playing in back gardens or in green spaces. It's a highly vulnerable land use and should be distinguished from the kind of measures needed to make a site acceptable for continuing industrial or other employment uses. So, having regard to those matters, it's quite understandable why the site has been, since 2019, allocated for employment uses and not residential. In fact, were the decision to be the other way round, we would be accused now of exercising our planning judgment unreasonably. I don't think I need to say anything more.
Thank you. Mr. Clifford.
So I'll just reinforce a point which has just been touched upon, which is it seems to be being put from the other side of the table that the site is sort of suddenly now being promoted for housing. It was actually, as you're probably aware, we had 2 Regulation 18 consultations through this process, and the first of those goes back to 2019. So the site has been identified through this process for employment land continuously since 2019. So it's not something which is suddenly before the before this process.
Thank you. And just in terms of background context, presumably when the council last did a site allocations document, was it 2012? Was that the site allocations plan? So.
The LDF site-specific allocations document.
That was 2012. And is there a consensus or view that this site was operational at that time? I mean, I've heard various figures sort of presented this morning about how long this kind of site has been around and available, but my reading of the evidence is it was generally coming to a conclusion around about 9 years ago, 2015, 2016.
Yes, we would probably have to look back. Obviously, that document is some age now, so we would have to look back to see what the status of that site was at that time.
I think the point I'm labouring probably quite badly and long-windedly is the previous kind of plan making, this site possibly wasn't an option. It was probably, seems to me from the evidence I've got in the topic paper, it was in use. So it has been, this local plan has been sort of the first opportunity to look at what could happen on this site. And as Mr. Clifford said, if I go back through all the various stages to the first Regulation 18, I'll find there that it was kind of presented as an employment land option. So it's, yeah. Okay, before we take an adjournment and sort of move away from the Roman Huss site, any further brief submissions from either Councillor Kilgore or Mr. Green? Go.
So thank you. I don't accept the argument that around the works that would need to be carried out on the site. I've been fortunate enough to be a planning committee member for 11 years. I'm not currently, but I have been. And I would consider that to be a building control matter. It's not a matter that you would hear with regards to the allocation of a site. That can be dealt with afterwards. But and I really don't think that's a consideration. What I think we meant, just to kind of summarise with Mr Clifford's submission there, is that we're not saying that the council haven't proactively marketed it, because quite frankly that is for the owner to do. But if we're looking even from 2022 to now, even if we look at that period, nothing's been put forward. It doesn't have to be or form part of a local plan framework in order that a site is encouraged to come forward if there's a need for the land, particularly with the development of the port, but it's only now. Thank you.
Mr Green, please.
Yeah, just very quickly, I mean, you know, you've got a lot of people here who've lived in Jarrow all of their lives, and for it to be stated that family homes, the residents would be highly vulnerable, is pretty insulting to Jarrow. I mean, yeah, it is a high poverty area, but there's been estates built further up the road which are in exactly the same position. And also, Jarrow Town Centre is currently going through a £6 million refurbishment, and the area could be developed, and this would be an ideal opportunity to develop that area for families.
Thank you, Mr Green. I'm sure no insult was intended. I think the point the council was trying to, or was in seeking to make, was when you look at the past use of that site, and I'm looking particularly at the more recent kind of chemical use of that site, I think the point that the council are making is, you know, there'll be a particular sensitivity about, you know, people living where there's previously been herbicides and other kind of activities, production on that particular site, which might be different from former shipbuilding sites. So I don't think there was an insult intended. Mr Butler next, and then Mrs Hunter, and then we probably will go into the morning break.
Thank you, sir. You did say earlier that we would come back to the MOD site under item 6. Do you want to do that now or after the break?
Can I do that after the break? And I think there will be other sites potentially other than the MOD bunker site. Okay. Okay, it's just gone 11 o'clock. I'll take a mid-morning break. It's normally about 15 minutes, but to kind of make it easier on ourselves for maths, I'll break till 20 past 11. So if people can be back in this room, please, at 20 past 11. Thank you. Okay, everybody, it's just come up to 20 past 11, so it is time for me to resume this session and matter 4 of the examination. Before we took the mid-morning adjournment, we've been discussing the Romanhouse site. I have had, I should have said at the start, I have visited the site, the area, so I've seen its relationship to adjoining surrounding uses. I'll reflect on what I've heard this morning, whether I'll go back and have another look at some of the issues that have been raised, but I think that's something I can do on a unaccompanied basis. In terms of just widening out then matter 6, I appreciate the Romanhouse site has been a sort of a key one in people's minds in terms of whether there's the council has looked or may sought to make as much use as possible of suitable brownfield sites and underutilised land within the borough. Other sites have been mentioned. I'm sort of keen we keep the debate reasonably high level, so I'm not sort of getting into sort of too many sort of small bitty pieces of land, but whether they're sort of genuine other sites and other choices. And one of the other sites that has been referred to is I think it's described as the former MOD bunker sites, or the former bunkers. I'm probably going to need some help in the room in terms of just geolocating where that is for my reference, but I know Mr. Butler could probably assist on that point and just more widely. I mean, I think I'm correct. I think this is a site that is in the green belt. Yeah, Mr. Butler.
Thank you, sir. Yes, this is a isolated site. The former MOD bunkers, medical stores and associated land. And it's isolated from the village of East Baldwin, and it lies to the southeast of the village. It's been a long history site in terms of its problems with its uses, with its ability of the landowner to try and do something with it. As early as 2013, there were proposals to remediate the site and bring it back into uses more appropriate for the Greenbelt. There have been other proposals to make it into a military museum, etc. To come to the point of matter, I would submit that this site has not been unreasonably discounted. It's a site which the council say at paragraph 4.57 of their statement on matter 4 that they confirm the site was identified in the Greenbelt Study 2023 as having a high impact for Greenbelt purposes. Strong representations were made by the Labour Party during the Regulation 18 process, amongst many others. There were a considerable number of objections made to the site at Regulation 18, over 50 objections. The representations centred around the importance of the site in terms of the Wildlife Corridor Network study by Burton Reed Associates in 2020. That study identified the MOD site as a core site in the Wildlife Corridor Network. And that was, in our view, the key reason as to why it was rejected as a potential allocation at Regulation 19. Other factors that were brought into play relating to that was the importance of the site in relation to the green infrastructure situation. This sustainability appraisal said it had negative impacts on the green infrastructure objective, and also the strategic flood risk assessment considered that there was considerable surface water flood risk. In our view, the point that we made at Regulation 18 is that if there was an allocation there, it would have a significant impact on the adjoining land which adjoins the village, and would call into question other parcels of land which have a strong greenbelt purpose. And for all of those reasons, we were very pleased that the site was withdrawn, and therefore we support the fact that it's not allocated in this examination. And finally, I would say, sir, The owners of this site are not represented at this examination, and as far as we know, have not actively promoted the site recently to the council.
Thank you for that. Any other further points? Is this Mrs. Hunter on in relation to this particular site, the bunker site? Yes, yeah.
From what's been said, I cannot see any justifiable reason why it's classed as an exceptional circumstance to disbar it from potential building. When you look at the green belt in Felgate and what we'll be going on to later on, i.e. flooding, wildlife, generally the whole community absolutely embrace this piece of land, and I cannot understand why you've got something that originally in the first consultation presentation a resident from the surrounding area asked why that hadn't been placed in there. I think that given this beautiful idea of what this bunker looks like, it's actually been in the surrounding area. They've got motorbikes, they've got druggies there, they've got kids drinking alcohol, they've got motorbikes. It's covered in dog feces when you're walking around, and it is not an idyllic historic site. When you compare that with the Felgate Greenbelt, it's the difference is, you know, day and night.
Thank you. Mr. Green?
Just very quick, just for clarification, it's down as a brownfield site. Is it a brownfield site within a green belt? So is that it? Because it's down here as brownfield, and all around it is greenfield. So I'm just wondering why it's classed as greenfield. Sorry, it is brownfield.
Yep. Thank you. Councillor Kilgore next.
So I think my comments are really broad comments. This isn't, you know, virgin land. This is land that has been developed, albeit, you know, an MOD building that, you know, you may consider of historic value, but as Mrs. Hunter has said, it isn't cared for. It is in a state of disrepair. What I do want to say, though, is that an inspection of this nature unfortunately pits communities against each other. So we have, you know, great colleagues, great relationships, and we're all vying for our own pieces of land to do with the requests of our residents for the right reasons. And I just want us to be really mindful of that. And I do want to say to colleagues there that whenever we are speaking about a site that isn't the one that we're looking to particularly protect, it is not with any disrespect to them. This is site related, and I just want them to know that, because we are literally bartering, aren't we, between one another, and I don't like that. But thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, please.
Thank you, sir. Just to add to what Mr. Butler was saying earlier, in the East Bolton neighbourhood plan, this site was outside the identified settlement boundary and was discounted as an appropriate site for new housing on that basis. I would echo the points that Mr. Butler's made earlier about if this site was used for housing, it would open up the possibility for a lot of surrounding sites to the same issue. So we strongly support its retention within the green belt.
Thank you. Mr. Westwick.
So this is about a different site. Do you want to finish off the discussion, or can I move on to...
Yeah, I will finish on this site. Are there any further points? Councillor Kilgore, briefly.
So just a very quick comment in that, whilst I understand Mr. Hutchinson's concerns, we can't, in my understanding, consider precedent. We are looking at a site, and I believe, you know, we shouldn't be applying the methodology around this site to the roll-on or knock-on effect to others in that area which may have completely different components and an identity. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I think in terms of this item of the agenda, I was kind of really sort of wanting to kind of unpick or find if there are particular sites or particular locations that haven't at any time been assessed by the council. I think the issue probably with the former MOD site, it is a site that the council has looked at. It's not something that the council's kind of overlooked. There might be differences of opinion about how the council's considered it, but it has been looked at as part of the site selection process, and I'll look at that evidence. In terms of other sites or other locations, Mr. Westwick?
So this is just a very quick point. We've heard a lot about land at Clean Lane, East Bolden. It is Schlar reference SBC 010. I think this is more of a housekeeping matter for the council. It is featured in the commitments. The 202 units is featured in the commitments. It doesn't feature in SP4 because at the time when the council were drafting the plan, it had in mind a grant. It then went to committee and got a refusal on drainage matters in relation to matters we heard yesterday from NWL around Whitburn. But my understanding is, as you heard from other residents, the development of this site is supported. So my view is that should feature in as an allocation in the plan and removed from the commitment section.
Thank you. And for my benefit, I mean, am I correct in understanding that site is not in the green belt?
It's not in the green belt, and it's a brownfield site.
Okay. But I think for the purposes of the council and looking at capacity, it had factored this site in, albeit under, at that time, commitments. It's not a site that the council's overlooked or not accounted for.
No, sir.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Is there anything further from Councillor Taylor, please?
Thank you. This is referring very, very briefly to the Roman Haas site and the chemical issue. I just want to bring to your attention a former site called Compton and Turnacell. That's on the very coast of South Tyneside, just before you get a Little Haven Hotel on Sea Road, it may be. But that was actually a chemical plant, and it was highly contaminated, and that's all now residential housing. And so, just because I know you said that we're talking about the former shipyard area and the Roman Haas site's different, and I just thought it was important to mention that. I know there's others, but this is the one in South Tyneside that has been developed with possibly very similar circumstances. So, thank you.
Thank you. Before I move on the agenda, is there anything further Council wishes to say under item 6? No. Okay. I have made a note of 515 sites that have been looked at as part of the plan making process in total. If I can then move on, please, then to item 7. I think this is the other side, possibly the other side of the same coin. So for those I've heard from who think that the plan making process has not looked at all potential opportunities or sites, or to make as much use as possible of suitable brownfield lands and to utilise sites. It was my MIQ 4.2 is whether the council's made kind of reasonable assumptions or approaches in terms of optimising the density and suitability of land, particularly within, as mentioned at the start of this session, around town centres and locations close to public transport. In terms of, I think ultimately, I think the council's evidence is identified or posing on top of commitments to allocate 27 sites within the kind of built-up areas to give just short of 1,200 new homes. And I think we're going to hear from others who think that may be an overestimation. But I'll give the council the opportunity to talk to MIQ 4.2 and the density and optimisation work that you've done.
Yeah, so the density report is kind of our main base of evidence for the densities that have then been carried over into the SHLAR assumptions. So the density report recommends higher densities around metro stations and town centres, and yeah, those assumptions have been carried over into the SHLAR. It is important to note that they were used as a sort of starting point, but where there's further evidence from site promoters or from the council's own regeneration team, then alternative densities might have been used. As we set out in the efficient land use paper, there are quite a few council-owned sites that were proposing for higher density than the sort of standard density calculations, and that's based on internal work that we've done with our regeneration and asset management teams.
Thank you. So in terms of, as I've read, you've kind of liaised with the regeneration team. So is that specifically or exclusively on council-owned sites, or have you kind of cast the net a bit wider to look at other sites?
In terms of the work with the regeneration team, that's on council-owned sites. In terms of other sites where obviously, you know, promoters have put their sort of master plan and work forward as part of the consultation process, and we have taken that into account allocating other sites.
Thank you. And just to say with the council before I potentially widen or open this out, I mean, in terms of optimising and higher density can tend to mean sort of one of two things, or two things, either development increases in height potentially, or smaller kind of units to kind of maximise or optimise the potential of sites. Is that something that's established within South Tyneside? Would this be kind of entering into kind of new territory for the markets? Are there any kind of initial viability kind of signals that?
So we have seen some higher density planning applications coming forward, and one of which is being built out currently at Holborn. And I would draw your attention to table 6.3 in the SHMAR, which, based on sort of evidence of speaking to residents and the surveys that the SHMAR has done, it recommends a tenure mix of 15 to 25% flats, and then an additional 15 to 20% 1 to 2 bedroom homes. So I think that signals that the market is there for higher density dwellings, whether that's sort of smaller homes or flats.
Thank you. And is the council able to advise, I mean, are there any sensitivities around the height of buildings within the kind of the urban pattern or grain of the borough, particularly within the urban areas, in terms of potentially going up? Is that something that's potentially sensitive?
High buildings aren't typically a feature of South Tyneside, and we don't have a large number of high-rise buildings in the borough. So obviously any application that came forward for higher density would have to take into account the character of the local area, and that would be determined basically at the plan application stage.
And then finally for the council, before I sort of open this out, you've seen from sort of the various representations and statements from others who have a view that potentially the capacity of the urban areas is being overestimated, which would then be a platform to consider potentially further sort of greenbelt alteration. Is this kind of use of the yield ratio, the 75% net developable area in terms of the through the strategic housing land availability assessment, and whether, given the various kind of competing demands and requirements on development, whether that's a reasonable kind of approach to kind of inform what the capacity of some of these sites could deliver.
Yeah, we're confident that is a reasonable approach. I mean, a lot of the sites within the main urban area are council-owned sites, and like I said earlier, we've worked closely with teams internally to ensure that the site capacities that we're proposing in the plan are realistic.
Thank you. I said I would move away from the council, but one final promise. This is the final point, and then before I open it out. And in terms of that work with the council regeneration team, would it be reasonable to assume you know that took account of the kind of various policy requirements, including things like biodiversity net gain, open space provision, all the kind of types of things we would expect to see on most developments?
Yes, yeah. We have undertaken quite comprehensive conversations with those teams, and obviously they're aware of the policies we're proposing in the plan and national policies.
Thank you. So probably bring in others on this point. I know various people probably along the back of the room to me have raised question marks around the realism of kind of what's being identified through particularly the 27 sites and the yield of just short of 1,200 homes within the main sort of urban area, and whether that's a kind of a realistic and robust figure. I'll start with Mr. Martin from Pegasus first, please.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I think it's alluded to in our hearing statement. We don't personally doubt the veracity of the council's data, but it's useful to highlight it's from 2015 to 2023. The risk is sounding like a stuck record. Statutory BNG came in 2024, and to say it's had a large impact on how house builders plan for their sites is an understatement, basically, because I cannot see how sites of 0.4 to 2 hectares and over 2 hectares are going to get to the net to gross ratios that are shown in the density, which is 90% for 0.4 to 2 hectares and 75% to 2 hectares and over. And the reason for that is because the statutory BNG that's come in requires, first of all, a sequential approach to BNG. So that's needing to provide it on site in the first instance. And you'll be well aware, sir, that it's a competing interest with open space, and it's often the case that you cannot simply stack the two and have them on the same area, simply because BNG itself needs its own management plan. It needs to be taken care of. If you've got things like species-rich meadows, you don't want people trampling over them. They need to be managed and maintained carefully. So having that be on-site BNG requirement, as well as the open space requirement, you'll then have elements such as, which I imagine we'll go on to later on in the examination, things like M42 and M43 requirements and houses which tend to have larger footprints. And all of this adds up to the fact that our recent experience, and looking at sites, you're looking at more 50 to 60% net to gross often on development sites. So I do think that the net to gross there is overly optimistic in nature. There is obviously the option, if you can demonstrate sufficiently that biodiversity net gain, for whatever reason, cannot be met on the site, you can go off-site, habitat bank or statutory credits from the government. However, again, and I think Mr. Ayrton alluded to it earlier, these are, you effectively monetarily get punished for that, in terms of, instead of a 1-for-1 biodiversity unit, I think it's, if you go to a habitat bank that's in the adjacent authority, for instance, it's 1.5. I think statutory credits, it's twice as much. So then that puts, as I said, if you're looking at sites in the urban area that have lower residential values, arguably in some degree and maybe less attractive to some people who want to move into the area, it starts to become an ever more squeeze on viability and the deliverability of those sites. So it's really two things. It's to do with the deliverability of them, given the increase in policy requirements, and also it's whether actually realistically that net to gross ratio can be achieved. And I'd be interested to know from the council as to whether they seem quite confident about those. Have any sort of testing layouts or framework plans been done on any of these sites to actually verify whether that would be the case? Or is this just a general assumption that's been made? Thank you.
Thank you for that. We'll come back to the council on that. I mean, just as a general point, Mr. Martin, I appreciate biodiversity net gain starts from a baseline position, so it's what's there already. I'm not going to kind of get into too many sort of generalities, but I mean, in thinking about some of the sites within the main urban area of South Tyneside, is it likely that the biodiversity baseline is going to be significant in terms of thinking about a proportional kind of improvement on what may or may not be there?
Yes, it is, and unfortunately it's a quirk of how the biodiversity net gain system works, is in often you will get penalised on brownfield sites more than greenfield sites, and the reason for this is unless the site is a complete sealed surface and there's no cracks or anything like that, you're fine. As soon as it becomes anywhere near sort of neglected and you start getting species of plants and stuff, that's classed as an open mosaic habitat. Now that in itself is difficult to replace. Now the metric requires you to, and it's getting a bit techie, but it requires you to adhere to trading rules. So if there's an open mosaic habitat within a brownfield site, the metric would point to you replacing that with other open mosaic habitats, which is actually very difficult to achieve on a site. And which often means for brownfield sites, it becomes really difficult to establish that 10% net gain. And if you have to go, as I said, to an off-site route or statutory credits, it becomes very expensive.
So in terms of the soundness issue and what potentially you may be inviting me to consider, Mr. Martin, is it effectively a rerunning of the strategic housing land availability assessment to apply different kind of density ratios?
I think it would be to look at the assumptions they've made for the net to gross ratios, and rather than taking it as a retrospective exercise and looking back since 2015, they need to be considering what the latest policy requirements are in terms of what's required when you put a planning application in, because it has radically changed in the last few years and it's become a real big challenge for the development industry more generally. So yes, it's more about revisiting that methodology.
Thank you. I'll hear from Mr. Ayrton next, please.
It's just to add on some of the points already raised by Mr. Martin. The housing density study, there's one previously done as well. So the most recent version targets 66 dwellings per hectare, or identifies that in their assessment. The previous 2018 density study identified 40 dwellings per hectare, so much lower compared to the more recent one. However, it's the more recent one which has informed policy 14, which is the density policy in the local plan, which targets, I think, minimum 35 dwellings up to 60 dwellings per hectare on development sites. And that density study is also informed and being applied to the draft site allocations in the main urban areas. And now in our submissions, we kind of identified quite high densities that's resulted in being expected to be delivered on those 25 sites. And a lot of those sites, they're relatively small. So I think you can sometimes increase density in large regeneration schemes, but with these smaller scale sites, it's very much dictated by the surrounding context. You can't really jar with that, you can't reset that context. And it's not just, so it's also neighbouring overlooking, access points, site constraints, and they all eat away into and limit how much you can put on those sites ultimately. And it's not clear from my assumption, my understanding is that those capacities were based just on that indicative densities from the density study, not from the site-specific considerations. Where those site-specific considerations have been applied are on the larger sites, in some of the framework strategies, and they've identified much lower densities. And I think that's probably because they've looked at more detail in those site constraints and recognised that those higher densities can't be achieved on them.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, sir. Regarding the density within the town centre, South Shields town centre specifically, you've got like Queen Street, Salem Street, all these sites, which to the naked eye, without a full report, certainly don't look like they're species rich. They're quite, especially the Queen Street ones, just got buildings at the minute, so I can't imagine there's going to be much biodiversity in that again as the baseline, like you already touched upon. So I would love to see, and I know that the Centre for Cities think tank report calls for authorities to focus on developing homes in central locations to revive Ealing town centres, and I would love to see like much higher buildings with much higher density in those specific sites which a council have raised. I think that's a fantastic idea, and you know, to get as many people in as possible in just within the town centres, I think specifically. And I know there's a site, the old clinic on Bolton Lane site, which is, it's only a small site, and I know you said you didn't want to focus on tiny little parcels, I appreciate that, but maybe possibly that site could possibly be used for some high density housing as well, but unfortunately that's actually been not counted and it's not included in the local plan. It was looked at, but there's no, in my view, valid reasons for taking that out. It was noted in it was because it was too close to an air monitor, which is hundreds of metres away. I didn't understand why that it would be taken out for that reason, which it's prime land for some houses. But yeah, so just to sort of to mention again that, because I know the Green Party are really really adamant on high density houses in town centres, Heaven Town Centre, South Shields Town Centre, Jarrow Town Centre, to help alleviate the need for green belt development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Butler, and then I'm going to come back to the council and then back to Mr. Martin.
Thank you, sir. We heard evidence yesterday relating to SP2 and the street housing market assessment about the need for older persons housing within the borough, and as part of stage 2, we'll be looking at policy 19, where we've made a modification suggesting that the plan addresses this matter more clearly. But it is an issue quite clearly of density. We have many examples in our area of specialist accommodation, which is largely 3-storey and therefore of a higher density. And these properties should be well located and related to public transport. So I would suggest that there is, in terms of addressing the issue, the character of the housing market, there is clearly the need, and therefore one hopes the ability to deliver much higher density for accommodation for older persons. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come back to the council, Ms. Cooper. I wonder if the council can specifically pick up the point raised by Mr. Martin in terms of whether the council's kind of look at this was a kind of a theoretical kind of approach, or whether you kind of did or undertook, you know, more specific kind of analysis of the capacity of some of these sites.
Yeah, so similar to our approach to density, we use that as a sort of starting point, and then, like I picked up earlier, most of the sites in the urban area are council-owned sites, so we have done a lot of work internally looking at the capacity of those sites. And a lot of those we are sort of proposing to deliver a higher yield, and that's an aspiration of the council to deliver those higher yield sites. Sorry, again, I would just pick up Table 3 in the Efficient Land Use paper sets out those sites where we have looked at higher densities. Thanks.
Thank you. So the council has done quite a bit of work on this. Is it presented as part of the density report or the efficient use of land paper? Is it something that could be provided to the examination?
Can we provide those? I think that's something that we can look at.
Okay, I'm mindful you did you have produced obviously site framework documents. We've got document how to, which is quite helpful in terms of some of the site allocations. I wonder if there's somewhere in all of the evidence that sits behind a local plan, something that's captured a bit more your kind of scrutiny and sort of examination of these particular sites in a format that could be shared or disclosed with the examination?
Not in terms of those smaller urban area sites. Yeah, that process was just looking at the greenbelt sites, but yeah, it's something we can look at.
Okay, I will record that as an action point. I'll try and articulate or capture a bit more what I'm looking for, but I'm assuming there is some, whether they're pro formas or records of discussions about how some of these sites were.
I'm getting nods to my right, so there might well be something. So we'll have to make it an action point.
Thank you, and I'm sure Mr. Martin and others probably want to see that as well in due course, and it might be something we come back to as part of stage 2 and considerations around density more generally. I just wonder if the council would want to also briefly comment on this kind of point around whether there is an issue of looking back over a certain period of time and what past trends have told us about density versus what has changed quite recently, particularly biodiversity net gain, and whether there's a potential issue there.
It's certainly a legitimate issue, and it's something which we can have regard to. I actually do believe that when we come to stage 2 and we examine the individual sites, it might be more profitable to have regard to that issue, having regard to site-specific characteristics. And then you might say, well, actually, I've looked at this, and I think there would be a deficit over the plan period of this kind of range between this and this. Or you may come to the view that actually the assessments are broadly okay. But that is the time, I think, rather than looking at it in an abstract way now and applying what might be a multiplier to it, we ought to be saying, well, hang on, let's have a look and see how the individual sites perform, because that's going to be a major issue for stage 2.
It will be. I mean, that does. It will hang on whether there are soundness issues with that. It may be that some of these sites, when we come to the detail, they're not controversial. People may not have raised soundness issues, particularly around them. So I think there is. I appreciate the point you're making, Mr. Shadow-Raven, about let's look at the detail of some of these sites, but I still think there's a legitimacy around just looking at the overall methodology. Are we starting broadly from the right place? Is there something I need to flag and have in my mind either now, or as you say, let's look at this in a bit more detail when we come to stage 2 and some of these specific sites, because it may be then that crystallises actually on such and such a site. Council's assuming 80. Yes, I think when we looked at that in more detail, that does look about right, but I think there's still a valid issue now about the overarching approach.
I don't doubt that for one moment. What I'm suggesting is when you come to do that particular exercise at the second stage, that will act as some kind of indicator as to whether or not the overall methodology adopted was reasonable. Because if you identify sites and there are serious misgivings about the capacities assumed for those sites, then of course it could raise issues in terms of the number of houses which are being provided over the plan period, and also the appropriateness of the trajectory. And that's where it becomes important and where soundness really bites. But you're not going to be able to make a judgment from looking at overall methodologies at this stage to say whether or not the plan is sound or the exercise is sound without that confirmatory approach. That's the point I'm making. Having said that, we will provide you with what information we have at this stage.
Thank you. I'm looking at a soundness jigsaw. There are many pieces, Mr. Shadow-Raven, so but you're right. There'll be areas where I won't draw a conclusion until I've looked at the complete picture. But this is an appropriate time to just look at the general approach and whether we're starting now with some kind of things to think about. So, Mr. Martin, your opportunity to come back in on this.
Thank you. I do think it's important that it's shown in that additional work that you've asked the council to do, that they do show that BNG has been fully taken into account, because I remain to be convinced that those net to gross ratios can be achieved, and it is fundamental to the plan because it's all about actually how much do you need to be actually looking at more greenbelt release, and that is, to my mind, fundamental. The other point I wanted to raise was there's been a lot of talk about densities, higher buildings in town centres, etc. And again, it's probably a question for the council, but has any of that been factored into the plan viability? Because once you start building up, the buildings tend to get a lot more expensive to build because of various engineering works that you need to do once you start building higher. The other point is, once you get to a certain height with buildings, you fall under the remit of the Building Safety Act, and you have to then make specific design changes to a building which can make it more expensive to address fire regulations. In, following the Grenfell disaster, they've been tightened up a lot more. So it's really just, if you are talking about building up higher, has any of that been taken into account in the evidence base? Because again, once you build higher, it starts to get a lot more expensive.
Thank you. I'm not going to sort of gloss over it, but I am going to pick it up as part of stage 2, and when we look at the kind of cumulative kind of cost implications of all the policies of the plan, and obviously I'm being directed to other policies, particularly around density. So I will want to come back to that. Is it Mr. Green next, please?
Yeah, just very quickly. There's another urban footprint in South Shields. It was where the old library was, and it was going to be originally, what I've been informed was, it was going to be student accommodation for the marine students from the college. But they're now going to be moving into the old BT building, which is right on the seafront, and on the riverside. And I'm just wondering exactly what's going to happen to where the old library is in South Shields, because it is quite an area, and whether that's going to be allocated to employment or whether it's going to be allocated to housing.
Can the council assist briefly? Is this something we will pick up as part of stage 2? Is it a site that's either within the South Shields regeneration area or?
No, so at the time of writing the plan, that site was sort of earmarked for student accommodation as it's being picked up. And that's the type of site we would envisage coming forward as a windfall.
Well, we'll look at windfall rates, windfall allowance as part of stage 2. Mrs. Hunter?
Rest really. When we talk about reducing the footprint, I think we've gone from a 2-storey house to a skyscraper. I don't think that's what we're advocating that we want. I think it's just, if you're going to build 2-storey, build 4-storey, where I don't think it's as expensive. It doesn't come into all those building regs, and it reduces the footprint. It doesn't create a slum area or anything like that. It gives you an extra accommodation on the footprint. I just need to put it straight that we're not going for multi skyscraper options.
I think we need to see what we need to see, Mrs. Hunter, is what the council's kind of what their assumptions and sort of analysis has been in terms of some of these sites as to what they can accommodate and whether there kind of been considerations in terms of the scale and massing of those buildings. Very briefly, Mr. Martin, did you have skyscrapers in mind?
I did not know, but what I would say is that the Building Safety Act comes in actually at a fairly low threshold. It's once you get over 18 metres in height, so it's not. We're not talking about super tall buildings here. We're talking about things that could be 4 or 5 stories.
Okay, I'm going to move on, please, now in terms of the agenda for today. Recorded the action point for the council to assist the examination on. I appreciate a number of people made similar submissions to Mr. Martin in terms of concerns around the yield ratios that have been applied, so they don't need to necessarily be echoed. But if I can just point to or turn to sort of the final part of the National Planning Policy Framework and demonstrating or starting the case for demonstrating exceptional circumstances. It does have significant overlap, I feel, with our discussions previously on the duty to cooperate. Obviously, it's raised specifically in relation to national policy and Greenbelt and exceptional circumstances. I asked at MIQ 4.5 around the discussions with neighbouring authorities and whether the council's kind of reached the evidential threshold to kind of pass through point C of paragraph 141 of the MPPF. Is it Mr. Clifford?
Thank you, sir. As we've set out in the duty to cooperate statement, once it became clear that the council was unable to meet its objectively assessed need for housing without the alteration of Greenbelt boundaries, we wrote to neighbouring authorities asking whether they would be able to assist in meeting housing needs. Gateshead, Sunderland and North Tyneside councils all responded to state that they would not be able to assist. We wrote again, and subsequently in 2022, and again we received the same responses. They would not be able to assist in meeting either our housing requirement or our economic development needs. And this evidence is set out in the duty to cooperate statement appendices and also in an addendum to the duty to cooperate statement, which are all available as part of the document library for the examination. I would further make the point that all four of our neighbouring authorities, Newcastle, North Tyneside, Sunderland and Gateshead, are themselves Greenbelt authorities. They have their own challenges in meeting their development needs. And while we've not seen it as necessary for us to interrogate their land supply situations, because we feel they are professional planners, they know their areas better than we do, the fact that they are Greenbelt authorities and informal discussions with them have always indicated they have their own challenges in terms of meeting their own needs. So I feel that we have very decisively and comprehensively demonstrated that that is not a reasonable option from a plan-making point of view for this council.
Thank you for that. I appreciate there are people at the table who have an alternative view. Some of that has been aired as part of the duty to cooperate discussions, but in terms of the council's approach, there are statements of common ground before me with those three adjoining authorities, and now a fourth one with Newcastle City Council. I appreciate a lot of people have made submissions under the duty to cooperate discussion on the first day about the extent and efforts to which the council has sought to engage with others. Is there anything further people want to raise at this stage? Councillor Kilgore, is that on this point?
So I'm really sorry. I kind of was playing a game there with this. I wasn't sure whether it was relevant, but just to go back just one step, if I may, can we look at particularly the high-rise element and the higher density element with regards to the proposal for Felgate as well? I know we'll come into that in more detail, but I do want to look at the positioning of that proposal. Not that I'm wanting to entertain it, but I do think that needs to be addressed as well. But coming on to this matter, I think Mr. Green mentioned yesterday with the duty to cooperate in the council submission at 4.30, it states that the responses from each council state that they will not be able to assist comprehensively. So what does that mean? Does it mean in some way? Does it mean not at all? Because the language that we're hearing is that they cannot assist, but it specifically says, and I'm basing it on that word, comprehensively. What does that mean? Have they offered us something, but not a lot? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clifford, are you able to assist on that point?
Yes, I can assist. Apologies if that phraseology isn't clear, but their responses are part of the evidence base. They're in the document library, and it's quite clear they're not able to assist at all.
Thank you for that. Just before I move away on this issue, something I wanted to clear in my mind. I think it's Mr. Martin. It was in your statement and response to MIQ 4.5. I can't recall which hat you were wearing, whether it was Bellway Homes or Bellway North East. But my note to myself here, because I thought it was an interesting phraseology, was that you described South Tyneside as an outlier in terms of what's potentially happening more widely. I didn't know that was in a positive way in terms of where we are with plan making, or whether there's something else I need to...
No, so it was more just an observation. South Tyneside is an outlier in respect that all the other constituent authorities that make up the North East combined area have had adopted plans in place over the last few years, and where, say, you did North Tyneside, for instance. So they're all at a stage now where they're either about to or are in the process of reviewing their plans, and it all forms together in terms of the STS, the spatial development strategy that will be coming forward for the area. And I'd imagine it will be through that process where any sort of sharing of housing numbers will come through. So it was really just an observation that if there are going to be sharing of housing numbers, it's probably not for this plan, it would be for a review. Because they're somewhat out of step with the rest of the region, so to speak.
Thank you. That's helpful. I was just wondering if there was something else to that phrase. Okay, so in terms of this kind of first issue and kind of the, as I say, the sort of the foundations for demonstrating exceptional circumstances in terms of strategic approach to the green belt, I think it's sort of pulling it together into sort of my MIQ 4.6, and it's item 9 of the agenda. Having looked at all the various kind of factors, does there remain a residual unaccommodated need for development that would comprise exceptional circumstances? And I referred to the Calverton test and case law at the start of this morning. I think it used the word there acute, or the acuity of need is a consideration as part of the judgment of whether exceptional circumstances exist. And I think I was quoted the figure yesterday that once the council's been through all of this kind of looking at available supply within the main urban areas, optimising it, is still around, in the council's figures at the moment, around about 2,250 houses short of meeting your minimum housing need figure. So I'll invite the council first. Obviously, I've read your statement, but your kind of conclusion and how you arrived at that position of sort of feeling that there was, or that there are, the exceptional circumstances to consider greenbelt alterations.
Yes, thank you. I think as set out in our response to question 4.6, the council does consider that there are exceptional circumstances at a strategic level for greenbelt release through this local plan. This information is brought together through the Greenbelt Exceptional Circumstances paper, which DRB2. That paper documents that there are inherent constraints in the supply of reasonable non-greenbelt resources to meet the minimum requirements for our housing need in the short and long term. And therefore it's considered within the exceptional circumstances paper that the social and economic, environmental and health implications of not meeting our housing need have also been explored through that paper as well. And as a result, the council considers that to enable to meet the housing need is going into the Greenbelt would be the most sustainable approach for this version of the local plan.
Thank you. Now I'm assuming from the back of the room, if I start from Mr. Ayrton across to Mr. Fulcher, there's probably no dissenting voices that exceptional circumstances exist here, and in terms of modifications to the plan, it's not looking at in terms of a fundamentally different strategy. It's probably the extent to which there is a need to go into or to consider greenbelt alteration, and probably from a view that the 2,250 or so houses, the figure is likely to be greater than that. So you're not disputing that the council's demonstrated exceptional circumstances. But I appreciate if I turn to my left, there are those who do dispute that exceptional circumstances or the basis for exceptional circumstances to consider altering the Greenbelt have not been made out. And presumably from those of you on that side of the room, it's in terms of what you would be seeking me to do, is it as significant as saying this is not the plan, it's the wrong plan, or it's a plan that could be addressed through alternative or different greenbelt alteration, different level of greenbelt alterations? I can start with Councillor Kilgore, then Mr. Green, then Mr. Hutchinson, please.
Thank you, sir. No, I absolutely don't think that exceptional circumstances can be demonstrated. And of course, I'm going to refer to Felgate Greenbelt in particular. So, as it was discussed yesterday, Sunderland Local Authority do include the IAMP in their local plan. I went and checked that again last night. We don't. I think that the allocation for Felgate is not only inappropriate, it doesn't demonstrate exceptional circumstances, but it's also significantly disproportionate to the other allocations. When you look at the AAP coming online as well, it takes further green belt from that area in the plan, and it simply isn't enough of a robust argument. I think we also learned yesterday an affirmation from the local authority that the flood risk, etc. We've always maintained that it has a significant flood risk. I know as a local authority member that we have looked to progress small schemes for residents with regards to some hard standing on the Felgate estate, and that has been rejected. Because of the scheme that was put in place on Felgate, that it really does hold it in high stead for safeguarding the estate as it is, but without any further adaptation or hard standing built in any direction. I also think that, you know, I read quite a bit last night around bridleways and bridle paths, and Sunderland note the actual establishment of them, of new ones. We're looking to take this one away. We are, you know, it's a site with a bridle path, in you know, certainly in our opinion, that we can support, has been for over 20 years. So where the provision within the Sunderland plan provides holistically for the green belt. I feel that our plan in separating it does not include it, and therefore is not proportionate at all. I also wanted again to mention about the density. It doesn't demonstrate appropriate land use, the farming use, the flood risk, the traffic, the infrastructure, etc. that we have submitted, and we'll submit further next week. But I don't think at all that it demonstrates exceptional circumstances. And I think, you know, those of us around this table have studied this for a great number of years and cannot find. And what I would refer to is that it didn't come under exceptional circumstances in the last iteration of the plan. In fact, quite the opposite, and the arguments are quite, or not quite, they're very, very robust. Again, we're looking at information that is contrary to what has come before. What I don't understand is how one consultant can render this not suitable and not exceptional, and yet another can. It is so inconsistent, and you know, we're lay people, you know, noting this, but I think sometimes it's really good that we're lay people in order that we can look at it with a fresh pair of eyes and understand what's gone before. And I think the arguments that you used before, you simply can't turn them on the head. I know planning's subjective, but I don't think it stretches this far. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kilgill. We'll come on to, it is part of today's discussion about how the Council has looked at kind of reviewing the Green Belt in terms of its overarching methodology. And I think I have a specific question around, obviously there have been various Green Belt studies undertaken, but obviously the final one is the one by LUC, which is before me in support of this plan, but we'll look into that, probably be very shortly in terms of on the agenda. I just want to be clear in terms of sort of the starting point for exceptional circumstances, and we'll obviously look at Felgate in more detail next week. In terms of, I've got to come to a view and a conclusion as to whether the housing need is, as the council say it is, around about 5,000 or so houses. If I were to arrive at that view, that is the figure. The council's telling me through its evidence, when it's looked at what it thinks are reasonable options within the main urban areas, there's still a shortfall for houses for people in need. Is it your view that that's still not the point, or if I were to arrive at that conclusion, you're still not in exceptional circumstances, you still wouldn't change the Green Belt, that potentially there would be a shortfall of housing, some housing would just go unmet?
Yeah, so I wouldn't want us falling behind, certainly as a local authority, and certainly not wanting to stem any advancement. However, I think, as we've discussed this morning, there are other sites that I think need to be revisited or certainly looked at in the first instance, and the methodology applied there. I think we do very much with Felgate, and I don't want to sound like a NIMBY, but I think we have just cause with regards to the proportionality and the loss. The buffer has been squeezed. It was mentioned yesterday by another colleague of mine that it is, you know, we're encroaching on those boundaries from the opposite side with the IAMP, and then to squeeze that boundary and the buffer between various local authorities is just improper. You know, I don't think anyone can negate the need for housing, but it also has to be appropriate housing. You know, I use the word, and I know we're using the word affordable, but affordable to who? You know, I much prefer, and I know it's not within MPPF September 23, but it's social housing that we need. We see that we need one-bedroom dwellings, and we got some figures yesterday from the local authority about just how many single household dwellings there are. There are thousands, and that, I think there's about 1,300 on the ward that I represent. So it's about what is appropriate in what proportion, and because I think we have taken up our proportion, to be fair, with the development of the IAMP. That has been justified, which is it's a further investment zone with the goodies that brings. I don't think the necessity to develop further housing on that area is appropriate. I think as well, I read the Sistra account and the assessment there as well again last night, and it actually clearly states that it would not be safe. So I think that speaks for itself, and it says it's not safe with the projections of even the 1,200, let alone what the developer would like that to multiply into. The infrastructure is not there, it's not going to be there, and the funding of that minimises, I'm sorry sir to go on, but it minimises the availability and the very option, and I've seen this a million times, of the affordable housing and the 106 agreement. It is a trade-off, and it's not an acceptable trade-off, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Thank you. There is probably a lot there, Councillor Kilgour, that we're going to come on to next Tuesday. I think are you joining us for that session? Yep. Okay. So I think you'll be able to make those points again at that session. Now I've forgotten what order I said I'd hear people from. So hear from Mr. Green next, and then we'll work our way back.
Councillor Kilgour was, touched on a lot of the points where I was going to make. I just think that's exceptional circumstances don't apply here in relation to the Greenbelt boundaries, because there's an abundance of, as we previously stated this morning, of brownfield sites still available, which I think, as Councillor Kilgour said, should be revisited. I don't think you can sort of say that there isn't exceptional circumstances without doing so. Yeah.
Thank you. We'll work that way down the table, and then we'll come back. So, Mrs. Hunter, do you want to kind of hear from you next, or please?
I'm going back to what Councillor Kilgour has alluded to, in the fact that the housing need for South Tyneside. I would like the council to tell us what they think the housing requirement is in South Tyneside, broken down by affordability, social housing, and what houses are going to be built on this green belt. Will that serve the residents of South Tyneside?
Okay, I'm just mindful, we obviously had a session yesterday on housing needs, so I'm clear what the council's telling me is the housing need and requirements. We'll come on to specific issues around housing mix and the proportion of affordable housing that's being sought, particularly on the Felgate site.
I think it's essential that we do, because breaking the back of a green belt to give housing that is not going to service the needs and requirements of the residents in the areas does not denote exceptional circumstances. These houses will not be available to the residents of South Tyneside, which that council, our council, is supposed to be serving. That's all. That's fine.
Mr. Hutchinson, please.
Thank you, sir. The point that we were going to make was around whether or not exceptional circumstances have been made to justify the alteration to the Greenbelt boundaries. And the point was essentially the same point that we made yesterday about the housing need. You've just said that you don't want to talk about that now, is that correct? Or
I mean, we discussed the housing need in some detail yesterday. I'm aware of people's kind of respective kind of positions, and those who say, the housing need at the figures that are put forward in the plan are not justified. There are alternatives, and those alternatives should be used. And were I to go down the path of those alternatives, you don't get the kind of the housing numbers that the council say at the moment would comprise the shortfall.
Well, that's correct. And I think the figure we quoted yesterday was very similar to the number of homes that are proposed within Greenbelt land within South Tyneside. So, we rehearsed the information that we'd had from the Secretary of State, confirming that the use of the standard method wasn't mandatory for the council, and they could consider other bases for assessing their own housing need. And just go back to the point that they've used the discredited 2014 base for calculating that, whereas a much more up-to-date basis would be the 2021 census. So really, that's the point we're wanting to make.
Thank you. Mr. Butler next, please.
Thank you, sir. In terms of the importance of the green belt, I think the communities, particularly within Clean East Bolton, but I think across all of the green belt, really hold the green belt in great support. And just like to quote the letter that was sent by the chair of the East Bolton Neighbourhood Forum to the Secretary of State in June 2022, where she said, "The green belt here in South Tyneside makes up over 1/3 of the borough's area and has made a significant contribution in protecting the identity of the villages and providing habitat for wildlife." And of course, I've made evidence earlier that the Wildlife Corridors Network report that was then commissioned by the authority evidenced that. Going forward, it will play an important role in combating climate change and providing food security. We believe that it must be protected for future generations. And I think this is a very strongly held view by the communities, and the importance of the active participation in the Greenbelt, particularly its use for footpaths and bridleways, and just the ability to use those areas, which was highlighted during the COVID pandemic. We saw a greater use of the Greenbelt as a result of people taking exercise, the ability to get out. So those factors, I think, are important factors that have to be measured in terms of the assessment of whether exceptional circumstances have been given. And just to go back on one point in terms of the evidence given yesterday about population, Dr. Bullock referred to the 2022 ONS population figures. We're not clear at this stage, what the household projections would be for that. So I would again submit that at this stage we don't have the detailed evidence to take forward his suggestion that the number of households might be higher. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you, sir. Exceptional circumstances are not met, in my view. Failure to justify Greenbelt release, NPPF demands exceptional circumstances, must prove no alternative brownfield sites. Failure on housing need, too low a target can get plans found unsound, as we know, but over-allocating Greenbelt when there are brownfield options is also unsound. It undermines plan-led systems and public trust. National policy stresses the importance of plan-led approach, NPPF paragraph 15. Greenbelt review should be part of an evidence-based consultative local plan process. Ad hoc or unjustified allocations undermine the credibility of the plan process and public participation. Climate change commitments. South Tyneside Council has declared a climate emergency and ecological emergency with net zero ambitions. Building on Greenbelt or greenfield land is typically car dependent, increasing transport emissions, loss of vegetation and reducing carbon sequestration potential. Greenbelt release runs counter to local climate commitments. Risk of precedent and cumulative loss. Approving development on Greenbelt in one location risks setting a precedent for further erosion. The strength of Greenbelt policy lies in its permanence and clear boundaries. Allowing incremental loss weakens future policy protections. The Environmental Act 2021 requires a 10% biodiversity net gain for most developments, destroying functional ecosystems and habitats, particularly those on Greenbelt land, makes achieving net gain nearly impossible. Biodiversity is not enhanced by removing mature trees or building over natural greenfield land. These are irreplaceable natural capital assets. Follow the framework, not the bulldozer. South Tyneside needs housing, but the MPPF requires a more balanced approach, not blind expansion into Greenbelt and vital green infrastructure. Now, exceptional circumstances for the IAMP were met, and we lost a huge amount of Greenbelt land there, and it was disastrous for mature trees, hedgerows, and the only breeding barn owl site in the whole of South Tyneside. Now, discounted small parcels of land for poor reasons and larger sites like the Roman Hass without evidence to show why is wrong, and I'm hoping the inspector sees that as we see that. The council chose to go with high building figures, and I know that was discussed yesterday, but the Teams wasn't working yesterday, I don't know if you know that. But so I think that really needs to be fed into all this. And lastly, the college site on St George's Avenue in the local plan, which it's all officially going to be built on, that's 100 houses over what the target actually was in the local plan. So, we need to factor that in as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. With that, I'm not going to get into the specifics of particular sites, but we will look at the housing land kind of tables and calculations as part of stage 2, if there's any kind of additionality we need to factor in versus any other adjustments. I'd obviously at the start of this invited the council to talk to my MOQ 4.6. I think the council's referred me in terms of, one of the things to think about as part of exceptional circumstances around securing patterns of sustainable development, and I heard the council's view that having considered the main urban areas and other settlements, the way to achieve that is going to have to require looking at altering the green belt as part of this local plan. Is there anything further the council wishes to pick up or come back on as part of that last exchange? No.
No, sir.
Okay. In which case, okay, we've got it's been a relatively long morning session. We will have a lunchtime adjournment, but I want to kind of make the most of today and maybe take some of the balance off this afternoon. So I want to just continue with some of the Greenbelt discussion. So mainly focus this morning on what I'm seeing in my mind as the kind of the higher level picture around exceptional circumstances. As I indicated, I'm not going to get drawn too much into the detail of specific sites and whether the circumstances exist for those sites. We'll come on to those as part of the individual site discussions. But I did want to start sort of the discussion on the kind of how the council's looked at the Greenbelt, and I think, Mr. Shadoravian, you're going to bring on some subs from the bench.
Yeah, the subs are coming on now, and we're going to give you an overview of the methodology employed, okay, if that's helpful.
It is, and you'll have picked up from my agenda, and I think it's already been referred to by Councillor Kilgore. I'm very mindful the document I have in front of me to demonstrate the soundness of this plan is the 2023 Greenbelt Review prepared by LUC. But obviously through the process of plan making, that was brought in as a sort of further piece of evidence in 2023. So obviously people have got in their minds, well, there was an earlier Greenbelt Review. And I wondered if, before we get into kind of the introduction, or whether it's part of the introduction to this session, where there's just a very brief overview of why it was felt necessary for to do the 2023 Greenbelt Review.
Ms. Lamb will deal with that.
And just the generalities of, is this a formulaic process? So if you do it once, you'll get, and do it again, you'll get the same answer, or whether it's, it's an inherently judgmental kind of process when you're looking at the kind of the various factors. So maybe a bit of history and context, Mrs. Lamb.
Okay, no problem. I think up until LUC undertook the Greenbelt Review in 2023, the council had undertaken those assessments in-house ourselves. I think that process had started from the first Regulation 18 that we did back in 2019, and we kind of felt it was an iterative process, because I think we were learning as we were going through and doing those assessments. After the Regulation 18 consultation in 2022, and in response to representations made at that point, we undertook a peer review, and that's when we brought LUC in to review the documents that we'd done up until that point. So that was the Stage 1, Stage 2 Green Belt papers. And then as a result of that peer review, and to ensure that the council had a robust and up-to-date evidence base to support the plan going forward, we commissioned LUC to undertake a further Greenbelt review at that point to make sure that the Greenbelt study was in accordance with the latest national Greenbelt planning, national plan policy, and also with in accordance with recent case law as well, which probably hadn't been factored into the internal studies that the council had done themselves.
And I'm mindful as we sit here now, I mean, we describe it as is it the wider sort of Tyne and Wear green belt? Is that the kind of appropriate kind of terminology for the green belt, the metropolitan green belt?
It is across the region, yes. That's okay. What's known as.
And I appreciate we're obviously looking at South Tyneside, but when the council was doing its initial work, and for we'll come on to how LUC approached it. Obviously, you've got neighbouring authorities where your part of the green belt will touch their part of the green belt. Was there any kind of I'm going to use the R word, regional or sub-regional kind of framework or agreements about how green belts would be looked at, or did you kind of each authority come up with its kind of own approach?
At that point, we took our own approach to assessing those green belt assessments.
Thank you. I think at this point, Mr. Shadraven, is it over to
Mr. Allen to introduce himself, please.
Good afternoon, Josh Allen from LUC, responsible for the Greenbelt study. Just on that last point with regards to sub-regional, well, we did consult on the methodology with duty to cooperate neighbours before the assessment was done, so they had opportunity to comment on the methodology before the assessment took place. I'm going to cover just a broad overview of item 11 now. I think reading through the representations, the main questions asked about the assessment method and its findings, correct me if I'm wrong, seem to be around if we'd have parcelled up the land differently, if we'd have had smaller parcels.
I think actually it would help if you were just to explain the overall methodology adopted first of all.
Okay. Well, so our main goal was to assess greenbelt harm, the greenbelt harm of release and of development. The approach that we took is tried and tested and reasonable. It's one that we've done up and down the country for many years and been found sound to date. The way that we do the assessment is that we don't pre-parcel. So what we do is we look at all the different factors in the round. They're outlined in the methodology. We can go into them if you'd like. We consider the function of the greenbelt land, the relevance of each individual greenbelt purpose, of which there are 5. We look at the distinction of the greenbelt land, its relationship with urban areas, its containment. We look at the openness of the greenbelt land. Think about those things all in the round, and then draw parcels. And then we think, if you were to release or develop that land, what the impact would be and what would remain of the wider greenbelt. And if we think that would have further impact, then we reduce the size of the parcels and sculpt the parcels accordingly. So what that means is that the variations of the parcels in the study are the product of the assessment. And as a result, any sites that fall within them or portions of sites, broadly speaking, would rate the same. So that was the starting point going through that process and drawing out those variations. That was done at a minimum parcel size of 10 hectares. which we think is a perfectly reasonable, proportionate starting point to give you an initial strategic overview of variations across the plan area to inform plan making. But we went further than that. Once we'd done that assessment and we'd drawn out those variations, we then considered the harm that would result from the release of specific SLAR sites within each parcel. So all the SLAR sites that fell within each parcel area that had been defined, we asked ourselves the question, would the ratings for that parcel apply to that site? And more often than not they did. Where that wasn't the case, where the sites were particularly small or particularly contained by the urban area, sometimes part of a site, we added to the pro forma and said, there's small variations here and these are why. I mean, I would make the general point, of course, the release and development of smaller parts of the Greenbelt, regardless of the scale, would be inherently less harmful to the Greenbelt, but based on the application of the methodology, that wouldn't change the ratings that we put in the report in any given location. I'm happy to go into more detail on the methodology if you have any further questions, but I'll leave it there.
Thank you for that overview, and obviously people have seen that document at GRB1 in the examination library. In terms of Mr. Allen? Yep. In terms of obviously the approach LUC have taken is to come ultimately to kind of a harm rating scale. It's either kind of got low or no harm, moderate, high, or very high, and that's pulling together. That's coming from or looking at kind of holistically the 4 factors that you've assessed at an earlier stage that encompass the 5 purposes of Greenbelt. And is that a reasonable scale? Is that a scale you've, in terms of that gradation of harm, that you've applied in other Greenbelt assessment work?
Yeah, so just to be clear, we rate harm to each individual purpose, and then we give an overall harm rating for a parcel based on the highest harm to any given purpose in that location. And yeah, it's reasonable. We've done it up and down the country for a long period of time. I mean, by way of comparison, I know it's out of the scope of this particular examination, but the government's recent plan practice guidance on Greenbelt studies uses a 3-tier rating system of high, medium, low.
And I sort of indicated at the start whether there's kind of like an inherently kind of judgmental, application of judgments as part of this process, and trying to perhaps, obviously you've started to touch upon already as part of this discussion, people are curious or interested as to how Greenbelt could have been assessed in one way and come out with a different scoring or outcome, and then the LUC report arrives at a kind of a different, potentially a different assessment or conclusion on a particular piece or parcel of the land. Do you think that's a result of the kind of the methodology you've applied, or ultimately the kind of the judgments that come from that process? Is that something you've kind of thought about or applied in terms of previous, or have you just kind of solely and exclusively just applied your methodology and that's what's shaken out as the outcomes of that process?
Yeah, I mean, we're not particularly influenced by previous judgments. We apply our method based on what we deem to be appropriate in terms of policy and case law. I think it's a combination of the factors that you just described. Nothing further to add on that, really.
Thank you. This discussion may well kind of straddle the lunch period, but obviously I'm mindful that there are those around the table who have different views on just the general kind of methodological approach that's being applied. And I think what I kind of want to understand is whether the council's approach and the work of LUC can be considered robust, or whether there are, when you look at the methodology applied, significant problems that give give rise to kind of significant soundness concerns for the plan and the approach it's taken to reviewing the green belt. So if I can start with, I think, Mr. Green first, and then we'll work our way back up towards Bolden.
Yeah, I'm just looking through this. Is this the Stage 3 Greenbelt Review? Is this the one we're talking about? Is it?
It will be the 2023 Greenbelt Review by LUC.
Yeah.
Document GRB1 in the examination.
I think I've got the right one. Paragraph 4.29. You can hear. I'm hoping I've got the right one. It makes a brief reference to the SLAW as well.
Sorry, Mr. Green, was that paragraph 439?
4.29.
29.
If I haven't got the right one, I'll take it after lunch. I'll get the right one. It's just it's got Stage 3 Greenbelt Review, and I'm assuming it's the same one, a different one.
I don't think that's the same document, no. We don't have a...
Do you want to have a think about that over lunch, and then we'll pick that up when we come back?
Would that report be applicable as well then?
So
would the Stage 3 Greenbelt...
I think I need to understand what this document is, Mr.
Right.
I think it's the Regulation 18 Greenbelt Review that you're looking... Yes, so that's obviously been updated and superseded by the 2023 document.
Okay. Councillor Kilgore.
Thank you, sir. I think for all of the reasons stated, is it Mr. Allen? I would submit that the plan is flawed and it isn't sound. I think if we look at quite, I suppose, in a common sense approach, that the greater the parcel, the greater the harm. So when you're looking at parcels of 10 hectares, and ours is in Felgate is 51, you know, I think that directly correlates with a far greater harm. If I misunderstood, please correct me, Mrs. Lamb. Did you say that the peer assessment said that we were robust, the local authority were robust?
No, we undertook a peer review to make sure that the evidence that was supporting the plan was robust. And on the back of that, LUC were commissioned to undertake a new assessment.
Okay, thank you. So can I just come back? I think it was my understanding, and I will find the document because I've got them, that a consultant also carried out the previous review, which resulted in the outcome and the site specific allocations as well. It wasn't my understanding that the local authority carried that out themselves holistically, and I do have it, and I do have the name of the consultants that were used, which is why I can't understand the disparity in them. And I think when we're looking at sequential impact as well, we're looking at IAMP, we're looking at a much greater impact because it rolls on, and we're also looking at the developer doesn't want 1,200 homes, he wants 3,000. So in breaking through that, it's actually sequential as well. So I think that actually really robustly supports our argument, as did, I think Mrs. Nicholl was it yesterday, around the flood risk. Because the local authority's documentation, if I recall correctly, rates it as 1A or 1, whereas the report carried out by LUC rated it 3A and 3B. Thank you.
Before I bring in other people, just on that particular point, in terms of looking at the green belt and other things that are kind of being sort of within the sort of the planning pipeline. I mean, does that come in, Mr. Allen, as part of the kind of the assessment of distinction, a recognition that when you're in a particular location, you know, there are plans or, you know, development is already, an area is already taken out of the green belt?
Yes. So all the factors that were just summarised there have been taken into consideration. In terms of what we do and don't take into consideration in terms of planned growth, we only take on what's been allocated or permitted already. Anything else we discount because it hasn't actually been committed yet.
So I'm sorry, my penny is slowly dropping. That obviously at the time that the LUC did your work in 2023, the area of the IAMP had already been taken out of the Greenbelt, so it wasn't part of the Greenbelt, and that would have been reflected as part of that. Okay. Mr. Hutchinson, please.
Thank you, sir. Just with regard to the Greenbelt study, in the Views of East Baldon Forum, and with specific reference to the sites within the forum area, we would argue that there are flaws in the assessment made of those sites in the Greenbelt study. The study states that the release of Greenbelt land would only cause moderate harm to Greenbelt purposes. We would contend that it would provide significant harm. An example of this would be the development of site GA2 at North Farm, would reduce the gap in terms of distance between the Baldon and South Shields areas, and would increase pressure on the remainder of the Greenbelt in that area. In addition, the boundary of the Greenbelt is very tightly drawn around the edges of East Baldon on 3 sides, and this has helped to preserve the character and distinctiveness of the village, which gives it unique feel in the context of the Greenbelt. I mentioned earlier that the neighbourhood plan had directed development to within the settlement boundary, which is contiguous with the Greenbelt boundary. So, you know, we are very concerned that the assessment of the Greenbelt study isn't correct in that respect.
Thank you. We'll come on to that in more detail next week when we look at site GA2. Mr. Butler, please.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to make a couple of points relating to the characterisation of the Baldons within the study. The methodology within the study relation to purpose 1 of paragraph 3.36 has the description that although a narrow strip of open land along the course of the River Don separates the Baldons from the large built-up area of Tyneside, no Greenbelt land separates them from the conurbation. Therefore, the Baldons are considered to be part of the large built-up area. This is, in our view, is not correct with regard to East Baldon, where, as Mr. Hutchins just said, there is a lot of land between the village and the southern part of South Shields of the White Lees ward, which is part of the Greenbelt. And obviously, that's our main concerns about the closure of the gap between South Shields and East and West Baldon at that point. And the second observation relates to purpose 2, which in the study at paragraph 3.48 says, for the reasons outlined above for purpose 1, the Baldons are considered to be part of the town of Jarrow or Outer South Shields, and therefore forming part of a neighbouring town. Once again, we would challenge that assumption, and obviously, for reference, the 2 purposes that are referred to there, the first purpose, purpose 1, is to check the unrestricted sprawl from large built-up areas, and 2, to prevent neighbouring towns merging into one another. The characterisation seems to be that you can assess the parcels of land between the Baldons and South Shields in particular in a lesser form, because the Baldons form part of the urban built-up area, which clearly is not the case. East Baldon is a distinctive village, and so is Clevedon, which are separate from the main urban area. Thank you.
So I think, I think what you're saying to me, Mr. Butler, is if you applied different judgments on that, you'd arrive at a higher, the outcome would be a higher degree of harm would be identified in relation to those particular purposes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Do you want to just respond to that particular point?
You may, yes, and no. see Mr. Fulcher's been very patiently waiting, but whilst we're live and hot on this issue, Mr. Allen, if you could just come on back on that point, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it would actually be the opposite with regards to the relevance of those two purposes. By acknowledging that the Boldens are part of the large built-up area, it actually increases the relevance of the green belt around the settlement to that particular purpose A, and by acknowledging it as part of that wider town, it increases the relevance to purpose B. So if we didn't acknowledge that relationship, the harm potentially in certain locations to purposes A and B would actually be lower than is currently the case in the study.
Thank you. Mr. Fulcher, please.
Thank you, sir. Just wanted to note that we do find the Greenbelt study methodology sound, and although perhaps a subjective matter, we do disagree with the Council's assessment of our site that we have promoted. And not to labour the point that we discussed yesterday, but in order to meet the true housing need for the area, we would recommend a reassessment of edge of settlement sites in the Greenbelt, in Clean and Bolden, in order to meet that need.
Thank you. I'm going to, it's just gone 1 o'clock, so I'm keen to take a break. I did afford you, Mr. Green, the opportunity, because I think you were looking at different documents.
I'm hoping I'm on the right report now, but if you could go to table 4.2, chapter 4, 4.2, please. If I'm not, I'll look it up over lunch break, because there's a lot of Greenbelt reviews there. And it should come to a table. It's page 65. And if it is the correct one, then there's big major concerns there in relation to the study.
Okay, as the council I've got table 4.2 in the RUC report.
Yeah. I mean, this brings me back to what we mentioned the very first day of the hearings, where reports were taken off the website. We were told in March 2024, which originally highlighted were as very high, and the odd one moderate. And then the sustainability report then indicated that we were in flood risk 3A and 3B. Now, to me, this totally highlights, if it is the right one, it totally highlights Felgate as high, very high, the odd one's moderate. And that raises serious concerns, once again, about the soundness of the local plan and the fact that Felgate, if this is correct, is still in that plan, because it indicates that there is massive flood risks. I mean, this can be backed up with evidence what we've got. I mean, and I highlighted this again on Monday. The fact that all of a sudden the council 23-24 come and try and clean drains out 17 times in the entire year. In 24-25, when the local plan was being pushed, they cleaned them 805 times, and we're still flooded on April the 4th. But this backs up our arguments. Yeah. I totally feel that this backs up our arguments, and I would like, on these findings, Felgate to be removed from the local plan.
Thank you, and we'll come on to, I mean, I appreciate under that table there are 5 broad areas under the Felgate, or sort of 5 broad parcels under the Felgate area, and we're going to come back and look specifically at the Greenbelt assessment on relation to some of those parcels. But thank you for bringing that to my attention, Mr. Green. It's coming up to 1:05. You'd be pleased to know I'm going to take a lunchtime adjournment now. I would like to be back in this room at 2 o'clock, and we'll be continuing the discussion on Greenbelt and general approach to site selection. Thank you. into examination of the South Tyneside local plan. We're still on matter 4, approach to green belt, strategic approach to green belt, and then we'll come on shortly to general approach to site selection matters. Before we took the lunchtime break, we were still on item 11 of my agenda, in terms of the kind of the reasonableness and appropriate kind of methodology of the 2023 Greenbelt Review, which informs the soundness of the submitted plan from the Council's perspective. I think in introducing yourself, Mr. Allen, and the kind of issues that the kind of the work looks at, there's I'm sure it is a word in the English language, parcelsization, or how the sort of the study has looked at the parcels of Greenbelt. That's often an issue for plan examinations to kind of grapple with, people having different views about how that should be done and at what sort of scale and level. And you outlined that you used a minimum sort of 10 hectare threshold to kind of look kind of more strategically at those kind of parcels of the Greenbelt. Often the case is put, should there have been a more fine-grained analysis or examination of the Greenbelt, i.e. smaller parcels, subdivision of parcels. I just wondered if you could explain to me into the examination what you kind of did in terms of having established those parcels. I think you referred to, you then did go and look in more detail at sites that have been put forward through the Strategic Housing Land Availability Assessment. Is that correct?
Yes, that's exactly correct. So we did that broad borough-wide view at 10 hectare minimum parcel size, drew out those strategic variations, and then taking each promoted site in turn, we overlaid them with those parcel variations and asked the question, if those sites were released and developed in isolation, would the harm ratings identified within those parcels change? And as I said earlier, the vast majority of the ratings wouldn't. Where we thought that they would, for whatever reason, where they were particularly small and at urban edges and contained by the urban edge, we updated the pro forma reports and explained why in specific site cases there might be lower harm.
And in terms of the sites that you looked at as part of that process from the Strategic Housing Land Availability Assessment, would I be right to sort of conclude that those are the sites that were deemed suitable, available, achievable, albeit within the Greenbelt, or was it kind of reasonable sort of options?
That's my understanding, yes. But
Thank you. As I say, I think parcellisation can be an issue for plan examinations. I note Lichfields, particularly for Buckley Barnet Limited and for Cleedon Property Investments, I think raised the issue about whether there should have been a more fine-grained analysis. I don't know, Mr. Westwick, whether you're wearing any of those hats.
I'm not, sir. I think it was exactly your point is there is always a debate at EIP about the fine-grained analysis. Essentially, I'm not wearing those hats, but I understand the generality is that it was a very broad parcels and didn't drill down into the smaller sites. But I think, as Mr. Allen pointed out, that obviously the smaller sites, the lesser harm they have overall in the Greenbelt. So it's then a balancing exercise for the local authority. So I think that was the point.
So I'm just asking for further explanation in relation to the parcel sizes which differ, and the reasons why they differ by reference to the figures, figure 2, in the report. Sorry, figure 4.
Yeah, so if I can draw everybody's attention to figure 4.5, which is probably the closest to an overview of greenbelt harm across the plan area. And what that figure shows is the highest harm rating given to a given purpose in each parcel identified. And as I explained earlier, these parcel areas are a product of the assessment. So we've drawn out all the variations based on all the considerations we consider: openness, relevance to each individual purpose, the distinction or urbanising influence of those urban areas, and the impact on adjacent greenbelt land. And in combination, we then draw the red lines. So some parcels are bigger because all the land within that area is the same for all those considerations. Some are smaller because there's more variations in some areas. You tend to get smaller parcels at urban edges where there's more containing and urbanising influences or more development encroaching into the greenbelt. But as you get further away, out into the open countryside, you get bigger parcels because there are fewer variations and generally higher harm.
Thank you. And just check with LUC. I mean, that works on even on the scale that we're looking at here in South Tyneside, where it's a relatively compact borough. Some might argue the sort of the green belt is, I think I heard earlier, is about approximately a third of the borough sort of area. So that still works on that kind of geography or that scale, where things are sort of still reasonably close.
Yeah, that's the question. All of these judgments are made in a unique local context. We're not applying a generalised, standardised approach. I mean, all the principles that we're assessing are obviously consistent and robust, and we replicate those wherever. But in terms of the application of the methodology, it's purely based on this local green belt. So depending on how narrow the gaps are between towns, how close things are to the areas defined as a large built-up area. Taking Purpose A as an example, Purpose 1, which is about preventing the sprawl of large built-up areas, I think arguably all the greenbelt land to some degree is near to the large built-up areas. So it's relevant to some degree. Where the variations lie is where there's a lack of openness or containment by the large built-up area, and that's where you get the variations for that one.
Thank you. It's a judgment call as to precisely where those parcels boundaries apply. So if I'm looking at, I'm not going to get I'm going to get specific, but we're going to pick this up next week. So if I look at just more widely at the Fellgate, if you think of FE as the Fellgate kind of parcel, that's then been subdivided into 5 areas. What would you say is in terms of why that's a valid approach, as opposed to say, well, we'll just look at this as one sizable parcel within that particular location?
Yeah, so I mean, if we were taking an approach where we were just taking the most readily recognisable permanent boundaries in that location, you might draw a parcel that incorporated all of the land from the urban edge of Fellgate all the way down to Newcastle Road and have that as one parcel. If we were to assess that land as a whole, then we'd be considering the loss of all that land and the implications that would have on the wider gap between Follingsby and Gateshead. So the harm of that wider parcel would be greater as a result. We wouldn't be considering all the variations within that parcel by taking our approach of considering all these factors in the round and then drawing the parcels as a product of the assessment. We draw out that variation as a matter of course. Hence you have 5 parcels within that gap rather than just following boundaries. So we can go through specific parcels if you like as to why there are variations there.
Probably not for today, but when we come to some of the site specifics, I've got kind of various questions straight off the bat when we're looking at some of the greenbelt, proposed greenbelt alterations, as to kind of when we're drilling in on specific parcels. We'll pick those up there. And can you recall, for my benefit and maybe for others in the room, Mr. Allen, in terms of this kind of parcellisation approach that's now presented to me in the LUC report, is that more fine-grained or more segregated than previous studies that looked at the Greenbelt? Have you kind of assessed more parcels or ended up with sort of a greater degree of parcellisation, can you recall?
I think it's pretty average, I'd say. I mean, it depends on the plan area, I guess, as to how granular we do these things. The key thing is coming up with something that's proportionate and gives you the results you need to inform the plan making in that place. And I think we've pretty much struck the right balance. I mean, I think it's partly highlighting the fact that when you actually look at the individual site variations where we've drawn them out, there are relatively few of them. We haven't found that many more when we considered smaller areas at the individual site level, which would suggest that that 10 hectare minimum parcel size is about right. I mean, we've applied this methodology in lots of different places. Manchester, Oxford, Cambridge. We're doing a very similar study for the 18 London boroughs at the moment, and they're all within the ballpark of this.
Thank you. Are there any points people wish to bring in relation to just the general approach to parcellisation? I've obviously heard from Lichfield's. I've obviously got the representations from others in front of me. Can I just ask, so still under my item 11, just as a sort of a generality at this stage, because I'm going to pick it up for specific sites, but obviously the MPPF, as you'll be aware, Mr. Allen, it's at paragraph 142 of the September 2023 version, presents the issue and the concept of making compensatory improvements. Was that part of the remit of your work for LUC and the Greenbelt Review?
Yes, so yeah, as an additional task, if you like, beyond the judgments around Greenbelt harm, we considered opportunities for a compensatory improvements in specific site areas. So that's addressed in, let me go to the contents page of the report. Chapter 5, which covers Greenbelt harm of specific site allocations. As part of that assessment, we looked at the council's green and blue infrastructure work and all the strategic opportunities that it identified, and we considered compensatory improvements at two scales. We looked at what opportunities were identified in that report at a strategic level that might be appropriate for things like Section 106 agreements or SIL, and then we looked at individual compensatory improvement options within the immediate vicinity of each site allocation, and mapped those as almost like a shopping list of things that the council might approach developers to consider as part of those allocations.
I mean, compensatory improvements is not defined in the National Planning Policy Framework, but as a kind of a general consensus building from LUC, for your work and from others, what type of things would come under that umbrella?
Yeah, I think that there is some planning practice guidance around it that was available at the time, specifically relating to enhancement of the Greenbelt, which is a slightly different part of the Chapter 13. But I think the lists of things that are referenced in that planning practice guidance are very relevant to compensatory improvements. So things like improving the accessibility of the Greenbelt, enhancing biodiversity, increasing the multifunctionality of the recreational offers within the Greenbelt, things like that.
Thank you. Before I move away from the sort of general methodology approach of the Greenbelt Review, is there anything further anybody wishes to add on this particular point? No. Sorry, Councillor Kilgore.
Thank you, sir. I'm very grateful to Mr Allen for pointing that out, and I think we've looked at para 4.5 as well, which has regard for the openness, and obviously having visited the Felgate site, I'm sure that you will have seen how very open and large that is, and I think the reiteration of the parcel sizes is really something that we need to take very seriously. But just a moment to go back a little before lunch, I was aware of a previous consultant who had carried out the work for the previous iteration, and it was Knight, Kavanagh and Page. So that's where the original report was devolved from. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate, I mean, with every sort of plan preparation over a period of time, the evidence base evolves and develops. Obviously, I've said before, previous parts of this discussion, the Greenbelt review that's in front of me that the Council's relying on for the soundness of this plan is the LUC report. But I appreciate there's been iterations, and I understand why people have seen previous versions, and Mr Green and others kind of ask themselves, you know, why does it say something different at an earlier stage? Mr Green.
Yeah, it's just in relation to the parcels, yeah, again I go back to the, you know, the side by side, some are very high, some are high, some are moderate, but it's such a wide, it's such an open area, you know, that the parcels, you know, one will have, you know, you could have more nature in this one and they'll be the same in this one, but the parcels, if this makes sense, are so close together, because it's 4 fields. You've got FE1, FE2, FE3, FE4, there's actually 5 sections of it, and it is all one parcel of the Greenbelt, so if that makes sense.
Thank you. I think that relates back to the previous point I put to Mr Allen on how he'd approach that. I should just clarify, Mr Allen, I mean, in terms of all the parcels, they are following physical features on the ground. Is that how they've been?
Where it's all possible, but yeah, our primary goal is to draw out variations against all the factors we consider. So we consider more factors than just boundaries. So where that's the case, sometimes there isn't a clear boundary, but where we can, we do.
Thank you. If there's nothing further then on Greenbelt methodology, I'm going to move on, and we will come back to parts of the approach to Greenbelt in the next sort of section, but it's issue 2 on my agenda, and it's the general approach to site selection and indeed Greenbelt boundaries. I'd just like to start this part of the discussion by drawing together, I think, a number of my questions, MIQs 4.8, 4.9 and 4.10, and I think invite the Council, I think in the first instance, in terms of how it's gone about the approach of selecting particular sites, and I've used the phrase probably on more than one occasion, whether there's a kind of a clear audit trail about how sites were assessed, where kind of reasonable sites kind of filter out of the process, and then how you've looked at sort of kind of the reasonable options that then feed into your preferred sites that have ended up proposed in the plan, whether there's transparency around how that work was undertaken.
Yep, that's fine. So the key document to look at in terms of how our general approach to site selection is set out, it's the site selection topic paper, unsurprisingly by the name of the document. And that document clearly sets out the process that the Council has undertaken for identifying sites included in the plan for both housing and for employment allocations. I would refer to figure 1 in the site selection topic paper, which provides a flow diagram which shows the process that has been undertaken in terms of how the various evidence-based documents link to result into the site selection. So you'll be able to see in that image that initially it starts with a call out for sites, which then feeds into the SHLAR and ELR evidence-based documents themselves. From that point, the reasonable options are identified and they are fed into the sustainability appraisal, where a site-specific sustainability appraisal assessment is undertaken. You'll also see on the left-hand side of that diagram where we look through the case for exceptional circumstances and the need to go into Greenbelt, which is also informed by the Greenbelt review itself. Those have sort of come together, also taking into account various evidence-based documents which the council has produced to come to an overall conclusion using planning judgment as to whether those sites should be included in the local plan or not. Like I say, each site has been subject to sustainability appraisal, and that is each site has been proportionately and clearly audited throughout. Appendix, I think it's Appendix F of the Sustainability Appraisal sets out the audit trail for the reasons why sites have been selected or rejected. And that is also documented in the appendices for the site selection topic paper as well, which clearly sets out the reasons, taking into account all those evidence-based documents, what has contributed to why a site has been taken forward or not. This has been an iterative process, so through each stage of the local plan preparation, we've undertaken this assessment, both the sustainability appraisal and the site selection topic paper update, and you'll be able to see within the appendices where evidence has changed from Regulation 18 to Regulation 19, taking into account updated evidence-based documents which have come to light since the previous stage of the plan preparation.
Thank you for that. Now, I appreciate there are people around the table who have alternative views about the transparency and kind of appropriateness of the council's approach around site selection. Obviously, I've read representations. There are certain people I might like to hear from who've made specific points about how the council's gone about this process. Particularly in response to my MIQs 4.8 and 4.9, I was going to afford the opportunity to Mr. Thompson from Banks, because I know you've made representations, also Mr. Martin from Pegasus. In the first instance, in terms of having heard from the council, obviously evidence base does evolve and does change during the plan preparation. But I think you've got kind of a view as to how transparently and how clearly is it explained perhaps why sites have been either discounted or not selected as part of what you think in your view would be an appropriate strategy.
Well, that's right. So our site was previously allocated, it's then been subsequently deallocated, and the reason being was for a wading bird survey, which we have asked for and not received. So we don't know what that says exactly. Appendix F of the sustainability report suggests it's for impacts on the green belt, why it was deallocated, but it scores moderately, as does lots of allocated sites. So yeah, there's no audit trail there of why the site was deallocated and why other sites have been allocated with similar harms to the green belt, which lacks transparency.
Site reference.
Could you just clarify the site reference, please?
So it's WH6 on the green belt study. It's also SWH 009 in the sustainability appraisal, which is at Wellens Farm in Whitburn, or Wellens Farm, Whitburn.
So can I just pick that up with the council in terms of the first point about if a wading bird survey has been used to kind of inform the site selection process, and is that something that's sensitive and people can't see the outcome of that process? You're shaking your head, Mrs. Lamb.
No, the wading bird surveys are actually part of the local plan evidence library. So the first study was actually undertook in 2019-2020, and that is referenced as local plan reference pre-42 under the Regulation 18 documents that supported that consultation. The web page actually referenced that the document was published on the 2nd December in 2020, so that document has always been available. We also have a second document which was published alongside the Regulation 19 consultation as well, which again was it's been publicly available since the Regulation 19 public consultation.
And is there a document reference for that as well, Mrs. Lamb?
Nat 20.
Thank you. Without sort of getting too much into the kind of site specifics, what will be the issue that needs to be kind of borne in mind? Why would that be sort of come to bear on sites being potentially deselected or not taken forward as allocations?
Could I bring Miss Rawcliffe, our ecologist, to the table if that's okay?
Claire Rawcliffe, the National Environment Manager at South Tyneside Council. So the wading bird survey, I'll try and be fairly brief. It looked over 2 winters of how wading birds use a whole range of fields on the kind around the effectively between Whitburn and Clevedon, or around that whole area, because that's close to the coast and where wading birds would come inland. And effectively sites were studied over a couple of winters to increase the robustness of the data. One winter's data wouldn't be considered completely robust, 2 is better than 1. Off the back of that, sites were identified as the most attractive fields for waders on a number of different criteria. It was done by an expert ornithologist. And effectively, the outcome of the site fields were then colour-coded based on their relative importance for waders. There were 7 red sites identified, because these had peak counts that represented at least 1% of the total South Tyneside wader population. So those fields are therefore valued as ecologically significant for waders in the context of South Tyneside. And the 1% threshold is widely used in conservation biology. I can go into that if you need me to do so. But effectively, the Wellens Farm site is made up of part of one of these red sites, and then 3 other fields that were classified as amber. The amber sites have between 0.1 and 1% of the total South Tyneside wader population use. So the Wellens Farm site was the only Regulation 18 potential allocation that included a red site, and as this was considered ecologically significant, you know, that was one of the factors in the decision-making process with regards to its suitability for development.
Thank you. I mean, I will track back and look at those documents that the council's referred to. I mean, Mr. Thompson, is your point also too, I don't know, that there needs to be more explanation? Or?
Well, I think it does. I mean, because if we were to go into site specifics on all the sites, we would discover issues. And that doesn't mean the site can't be allocated, that there is possible mitigation to overcome these issues with more work, I'm sure. So, yeah, to solely weigh an allocation based on one potential issue, you know, I think we can, you know, I think that's unfair. Say every site will have its problems that need to be overcome and mitigated in some way. So, yeah, I'm not totally convinced by that approach.
Mr. Thompson, the second point you raised was, I think, in the sustainability appraisal, it's another reason, it's the impact on greenbelt.
Yeah, so exactly that. I think it's Appendix F. the reason it was discounted is for harm on the greenbelt, when the harm on the greenbelt's moderate, according to the greenbelt study, which is pretty much every site that's allocated is also moderate. So I guess it's the consistency of reasoning there which isn't right.
Thank you. I hear from others to see if there's a bigger picture, and then come back to the council on just whether there's a general kind of consistency issue that I need to be concerned about. Mr. Martin, next, please.
Thank you, sir. Feel like we're in a similar position to how Mr. Thompson's raised here. My client's land interest is SBC 004. It is the land directly east to the allocation G82. In the previous Reg 18 draft, which is 2019 draft, it was actually even a joint allocation with that piece of land. It's then subsequently been deallocated in the later Reg 18 and the Reg 19 draft, which obviously is set hairs running for myself, because I was wondering why would that be the case? And I can clearly see the methodology that the council have described as to how they've gone and assessed sites. It's then the output which doesn't seem to make any sense. So my client's land, for instance, that scores very well in the sustainability appraisal, in fact equal to the adjacent parcel which is allocated. It is forms part of that green belt parcel with GA2, and again scores very well, again in terms of minimal impact on the green belt. So this is, here I'm getting lots of green lights as in this looks like it could be a suitable site. It then is discounted, and then when you go to Appendix F of the sustainability appraisal, I start having significant concerns here, because it tells me that they've discounted because the site's not viable. Now, my client is a national house builder. They know what's viable and what's not viable. They wouldn't be paying me to sit here to promote a site that is not viable, and I haven't seen any evidence from the council that the site is not viable. My client is satisfied it's viable. You go on further, they've told me there's an unacceptable impact on biodiversity net gain. Again, this is a bit of a strange one for me, because this judgment was made prior to the statutory BNG being put in place. And again, I failed to see the evidence. There may well be buried somewhere, and I'd like to scrutinise it in more detail. But again, apparently BNG cannot be achieved on the site, which is, again, without evidence. And in fact, now that we're in a regime with statutory BNG, I would suggest most sites at some point, if you're willing to have the funds behind it, can address biodiversity net gain. Thirdly, there is talk about flood risk. Now, the flood risk is in the far north of the site, which doesn't necessarily have to be built on. In fact, it could form rather attractive open space as you're entering into the site anyway. It also makes the point about it being in a wildlife corridor. Now, it's only in a wildlife corridor because the council are attempting, in this plan, to put it in a wildlife corridor. Prior to that, in previous drafts, the wildlife corridor only ran along where the watercourse is at the top. So, drawing all this together, I'm completely at a loss as to why my client's land, which is clearly sustainable, clearly has low impact on the green belt, has been discounted. As I said, the process seems to be clear. The output doesn't make any sense.
Thank you. I'll wrap that in with Mr. Thompson's as well, and we'll come back to that. Mr. Ayrton next, please.
Thank you, sir. A bit of a theme here. We undertook a similar kind of exercise in understanding why our client site had been allocated and other sites had. And we looked at the site selection topic paper the sustainability appraisal and the SHLA, and to compare the allocated site with our client site, we noted that the SHLA classed our site as being moderate impact to the green belt, but concluded it was unacceptable in green belt terms, where the other site, which was allocated, was also moderate impact, but it was allocated. So there's a difference there. The sustainability appraisal for the allocated site highlighted biodiversity as being a red impact, and for our client site as being an amber impact. And that links to an extent to the wading bird survey, which highlighted both the allocated site and the unallocated site as being an area for wading birds. Yet the allocated site, that wasn't highlighted as an issue in the site selection topic paper, but our client site it was. So it wasn't ultimately clear understanding how these studies were then used to then decide on the allocated site when they appear to be comparable sites in terms of impact between sites. And just pick up on the wading bird survey I mentioned earlier. One of the notes in there that one of the limitations and constraints is that more data would be required to look at longer term trends in field use and influence of cropping. So whilst it seems to be an evidence base to help inform site selection, my read of it doesn't say you can't allocate sites because of the findings in that. Indeed, it includes mitigation for sites which do have higher value for waders. It identifies how that can be mitigated and sets out criteria for doing that, which can be entirely achieved on our client site. So it's kind of, that process, it does need to be consistent and flawed in terms of how it's decided on its ultimate allocations.
Okay, thank you. Before I hear from other people, because I think there's obviously I don't want to say there's a gap between Mr. Ayrton and Mrs. Hunter, but there's probably getting into kind of other themes. There's a kind of demarcation of representations. Can I just come back to the council on this issue of is there a consistency or a continuity issue that this examination needs to be concerned about in terms of how the ultimate site selection is being determined, whether there's a kind of a disconnect between the evidence or is it down to particular judgments?
There's no disconnect in the evidence overall. I think there might have been identified an error, which I'll allow the council to deal with. But overall, there's no inconsistency. And at the end of the day, as it indicated in the SHLA and also the results of the essay, it reflects issues of planning judgment about the acceptability or otherwise of a site for development. And of course, we're not here to examine the merits of emission sites. I do accept, however, that if they are omitted as a result of a poor methodology, that might be of concern. But I'm suggesting to you that none of this reflects a poor methodology or any fault in the methodological process which has been adopted. I'll ask for an explanation of the inconsistency, first of all.
Yeah, just picking up on the site at Whitburn in terms of the essay and where it's ruled out in the Appendix F in terms of Greenbelt. I think that is down to an error in the essay, as the site selection topic paper does reference that the site is a moderate in terms of the Greenbelt study and clearly states that it's ruled out in terms of biodiversity implications. So I think that's just an error that's happened in the essay through that process.
So just to pick up on the wildlife corridor point, the previous wildlife corridors in the old LDF were very much indicative. They were diamonds through a landscape following kind of rough areas. They didn't define the wildlife corridor very well, and we were very well aware of that, which is why we commissioned the study to undertake a criteria-based wildlife corridor network review, and that followed a standard methodology. So it's consistent with national planning policy and was consistent with the published Nature Networks Evidence Handbook by Natural England in 2020. And the network's built on a hierarchy of components identified by the Lawton report, ranked according to their biodiversity importance and priority. So you get the core sites, which are ranked the highest, and they're designated sites and priority habitats. And they're followed by secondary features, which include semi-natural green spaces and linear corridors, and then stepping stones, which are more patches of habitat and features that support species movements across a landscape where it's not continuous. And finally, buffer zones, which were applied around core sites. So secondary sites, which the North Farm East site was identified as, they provide, they're areas of semi-natural habitat providing links for movement between core sites, and the North Farm East site's a substantial area of land providing this function. Secondary sites such as this offer opportunities for meaningful nature recovery through the Lawton principles of the more, bigger, better and joined up. And given the size of the North Farm East site, its location adjacent to core sites and its existing semi-natural habitats, it's well placed to deliver on those principles, and its loss to development will be a significant impact on the wildlife corridor network, which could not be readily mitigated or compensated for.
Thank you. Can I just be clear from Mr. Ayrton, Mr. Martin and Mr. Thompson, you're all representing sites that were in a previous version of the plan, which kind of comes on to my point 13, so probably wrapping these kind of two issues together. I mean, I think from what I'm hearing, and I think picking up the point from Mr. Shadoravian, I don't think anybody's kind of disputing the kind of methodology or approach and the kind of flow chart that the council, Mrs. Lamb, talked to. I mean, I'd go as far to say, put my neck out now. That's probably what I exactly expect to see in terms of the site selection process. I do think it's whether there's an issue about whether it's one of, judgments are finely balanced, and there's a marginality between some of the sites that have been allocated and some that haven't, or whether there are significant, whether they're factual or other, that they're not matters of potentially judgments. There's just something as not quite, I use the word disconnected. It's whether that's more the issue rather than one of judgment. Mr. Martin?
I'd say no, it's not one of judgment. If you're going around claiming my site's not viable, I want to see the evidence. That's not a judgment, that is, I want to see facts, because my client is of a different opinion. And also, I'd like to add, in response to Ms. Rawcliffe's points, I fundamentally disagree that it's an important wildlife corridor. If you're developing the site to the west, and you then have a definitive boundary of a railway line to the east, how is that going to be a joined up wildlife corridor? It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Okay. Keen not to get kind of too specific into sites that are currently not in the plan, but I'm
not quite sure that was a reason for rejection of the site, but anyway, let's get an explanation.
Yes, I think for the North Farm East site, I think at Regulation 18 stage, when we were considering sites, it was as BNG was emerging, and I think what we've stated in the site selection topic paper for that site at that point reflects our concerns in terms of the ecological impact of the site. And that's, I think that's clearly stated in the assessment that's given there. I think it's worth saying that in the update that was published at Regulation 19, we do say that it is noted that mandatory BNG has been introduced from January 2024 and is applicable to all non-exempt applications. And that recognises the sort of the statements that were said at Regulation 18, and it seems to go some way to acknowledging the fact that that was not and should not be a consideration in terms of that site. I think what's happened is basically through the SA and in the Appendix F of the SA, that BNG in terms of viability has been sort of carried forward. I don't necessarily think that that should have been the case. I think it should have just been the fact that it was ecological considerations to why that site was ruled out.
Very briefly, Mr. Martin.
I would ask whether the council had any due consideration to the ecological reports that my client had done on the site, because they would clearly show something different. I just, unfortunately, sir, I just think there's a complete lack of evidence. It's the audit trail, like you said, sir. You get to a point and you think that looks like an absolutely suitable site, and then they don't choose to allocate it and come up with very spurious reasons, of which I still haven't seen any evidence.
So, Mr. Thompson, and then I will come back to the council.
Well, on a similar theme, I would just like to clarify with the council that then our site wasn't deallocated because of harm on the green belt, and it was purely because of harm on biodiversity.
Yes, that's what's stated in the site selection topic paper.
Sorry, just come back to the council on this point. It seems to me, from just this brief discussion this afternoon, and it may be a symptom of having looked at so many sites and the thoroughness of looking at so many sites, that there are now some issues that just need to be double-checked. I've heard this afternoon the council saying, yes, maybe that isn't the issue is this. So I'm just wondering, the alarm bells in my mind, that this needs to be checked again. Maybe the council arrives at the same conclusion, but for a different reason or different factors.
I think you'll find that the reasons given for the rejection of the site are legitimate in the sense that, for example, Mr. Martin's client site was rejected because of its wildlife implications, its ecological implications. And we're not here engaged in a discussion about whether or not we should have entered into dialogue about the veracity of the information we had, the information they had, because to do that in relation to every site would be an impossibility. The evidence base we had, we applied across the board. And it's inevitable that there will be disputes about that. It's not as if there was a basic factual misjudgment which affected the assessment, and that misjudgment was repeated across the board. It's nothing like that at all. So we've got to draw the line somewhere. But I'm very happy that we should, in relation to the emission sites which are being represented around this table today, do a double check on them.
I mean, it sounds like there are a number of issues just from this brief exchange that need, to my mind, need to be just checked.
I accept that you need to be satisfied in relation to the points being raised today. But I would respectfully reject any contention that this is representative of a flawed methodology or assessment process. It's inevitable that some mistakes do happen. And in that sense, I suppose it's not surprising that where it has happened, if it has happened, it's being alluded to here by those who are making representations.
It is, but I think when we come to where these issues are recorded, whether it's in the site selection topic paper or more importantly in the sustainability appraisal paper, that there is that kind of robustness behind it. So things do need to be updated or amended. But I accept, we are looking at kind of, do sites fit as part of an appropriate strategy? There may be sites that score very closely. The council may say as part of an appropriate strategy for reasons it wants to give. A site that scores poorly on one factor but maybe better on another is still nonetheless within the wider parameters of soundness a sound approach. I think what I'm slightly concerned is hearing, you know, reasons like viability. If there isn't, yeah, where has that been drawn from? And you know, other, you know, I don't know if that's just a one-off for Mr. Martin's site, or whether that's been applied more widely for other sites. But I think my general action point that I want the council to kind of reflect on and take away today is, having heard that some of the assessments need to be kind of just checked again. I accept it seems to be within the pool of sites that were originally suggested or proposed for allocation in terms of those who've come today. So we'll keep it confined to that for now. But if there is any sort of wider systemic issue, I'm not aware of it from the representations. So
no, I think that's the point, first of all. And secondly, I fully accept that we need to deal with these matters because they've been raised. Fully accept that, and we will do so. The third point, if I may make it, is that none of this ought to or does draw a question mark over the actual allocations. And that's really what we're concerned about, apart from the issue of their adequacy in terms of numbers.
Indeed. We are focused on that. I'm just mindful that sustainability appraisal in particular is a sensitive area, and it can be a route.
I've been to the Court of Appeal on sustainability appraisals.
So thank you. Right. Well, you've beaten me. I've only been to the High Court. Successfully, I should add. Pre-pins. Slight diversion there. I'm going to leave that part of the discussion that's raised and the action point recorded with the council. I'm now going to move through, and I'm probably going to hear. I don't want to get too kind of site specific. I appreciate from Bolden you've heard from Mr. Martin, and I'm sure you do not agree with Mr. Martin's assessment, but I think drawing back to what Mr. Shadaravian said, it's our primary focus at these plan examinations is what's in the plan, so that's site GA2. So I think comments should be around sort of the general site selection methodology, rather than sort of getting too sort of detailed on alternative sites that are currently not in the plan. But I'll work my way down, so I'm going to start with Mr. Green, I think, first. Yep.
Yeah, just to say, you know, consistency is essential for these hearings, and there's too many inconsistencies. You know, we've heard it all week in relation to this. In relation to Felgate, I'm just listening that one of the sites being rejected because it's being, you know, it's not in a way, well, Felgate's in a wildlife corridor, you know, it's an oasis of it's a biodiverse natural habitat. And why is it still, with all the pointers that what you know are putting forward, why is it still in the local plan? You know, and I'm sorry if I'm going off track here because I had made a load of notes, but there's a lot went on since. Now going on to the site selection topics. Am I on the right one this time? Site selection topic 2024. Is that the correct one? And if you go to Appendix 3, and if you start from page 18, it's just all of the reasons I've just heard. Whoops. All of the reasons I've just heard. The majority of them apply to Felgate.
It's a mistake.
It's an error.
There's another one as well. Another question I want to raise is about the habitat assessments and stuff like that. Whether the ones actually been, we were made aware that it started last December, and if it's ongoing, if Claire's right, if Mr. Radcliffe's right, it continues for 2 years. But if we could go on to the site selection topic, starting from page 18, if you look at Felgate and the reasons why the majority of the sites have been rejected because of the exact reasoning what's just been put forward by those members of the council and members of the panel here. it's if you just scroll down, it all applies to Felgate from page 18. Just keep scrolling. There's one allocated on SP sites, SP6. But if that's the case, how can you have one part here which is rejected because of the wildlife, but you've got one here which is okay? You know, it doesn't make sense. It's so inconsistent. And then if you continue scrolling down, you've got reject site, you've got reject site, you've got reject site. Why hasn't the site been rejected already? I mean, the evidence is there. That's assuming I'm on the right topic. I'm on the right page. Yeah. I mean, that's just a question. It's so inconsistent, and we have had this. That, you know, we've had. You know, the council's going to take reports away and look at this, look at that, look at this. It's been happening since Tuesday, and surely that points to the fact that the local plan isn't sound. It's flawed. It's got to be flawed. And you know that these gentlemen are picking that up now. That it's so
Small
inconsistent.
parts.
You know, thanks.
Thank you. I mean, obviously we'll come on to Felgate and the reasons behind that on Tuesday, so we'll look at that in more detail then. Just turn to the council just very briefly. I mean, the Felgate site has been through the same site selection and sustainability appraisal methodology as all the other sites. Yep. Thank you. Councillor Kilgore, please.
Thank you, sir. I think, you know, with every human being carrying out a role, there is a margin of error, and I absolutely understand that. And I think what we're probably seeing is officers being pulled in so many different directions, and this has gone on for so long that I think it absolutely does lack consistency. I think there have been so many different officers dealing with this for a very long period of time, and it's about one following the other, a different consultant coming in here and there, and I think, you know, overall it possibly has led to what we're seeing now. I would like to come back to Mr. Shavarivian on the veracity. I absolutely think it's about veracity. It completely is. We've got to be able to validate and verify the methodology and the narrative around the judgment that's been used. And I think if you can't rely on that information, then your judgment's skewed. I think it quite simply follows. We're seeing on Felgate reports and assessments being carried out now. I have an education report where they're looking at school places. The annex was removed when a second email was sent to the school that I'm chair of governors at. So these exploratory conversations are happening now. This has been in place since, well, certainly finalised in September last year when it was rejected by Borough Council. So I get a very great feeling that this is about making it fit, and whatever they need to do to make it work, to make it viable, to make it solid. And I'm really sorry that I think we've used this word all week, inconsistent. There is no linkage in the majority of things where these big decisions have been made, and Felgate has been out of the plan forever. Felgate is now in the plan for the reasons these developers or these officers, representing the developers, that theirs is out. So it does not make sense. We can follow a logic. This is illogical, and I don't know where we go from here, but I don't think it's appropriate that we expect of the council to go away and very quickly check this out and check that out. It's applying more pressure, it's applying more work. You know, it's just not right. It's absolutely not sound, and it is flawed, and I don't think we should put them under any more pressure to attempt to pull this all together, because I think that just creates further errors as well. And I do have a great deal of respect and consideration for the officers doing this, and I just think it just doesn't make sense, doesn't fit. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hutchinson next, please.
Thank you, sir. I just want to talk fairly briefly about the sites that were rejected in the East Bolton area at Regulation 18 stage. As has been mentioned earlier in the proceedings, there were 1,887 objections at the Regulation 18 plan stage. And following that, 2 sites were removed from the East Bolton area. Those sites were the MOD site, which has been discussed earlier today, and Mr. Butler's going to talk in more detail about that in a minute. And also the site at St John's Terrace and Natley Avenue. I'm sorry, I don't have the reference number to hand. In its selection topic paper 2025, the Council explains that that site was withdrawn due to flood risk impacts. So, you know, as far as we're concerned, there was a reasonable explanation as to why that site was withdrawn. Mr. Butler's also going to talk about the field to the east of GA2, site GA2.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to start by stressing the importance of the Wildlife Corridor Network as a result of the study produced by Burton Reed Associates on behalf of not only South Tyneside Council but Gateshead and Sunderland Councils. As Ms Rawcliffe said in her evidence, this was a comprehensive study to try and properly define the impact of wildlife within the Tyne and Wear Greenbelt. And as far as we are concerned, it brought a lot of clarity to what the communities feel about the areas that they live close to and participate in actively. And as you've heard in the evidence, this is just not something being imposed on a site. This is a comprehensive study looking at how wildlife impacts within our area and how valuable that is to the residents and the community. We've already said to you that the MOD site was identified as a core site within the Wildlife Study Corridor Network, and what flows from that brought about its rejection at Regulation 19. We also have made continuing representations throughout the plan process about North Farm East, the site that Mr Martin is promoting to you. It's an omission site, sir. It's a site that was not allocated at Regulation 18. It was allocated at the pre-publication stage. It was rejected at Regulation 18 for the grounds that Mrs Lamb and Ms Rawcliffe have given to you today. It is rejected again at Regulation 19, and I would submit to you that it is not a site that you should consider at this point. And clearly, the ecological importance, which has been explained to you today, is, as far as we're concerned, of utmost importance. This is a piece of land that has been out of farming use for nearly 30 years. I hope you will visit it. It's next door to the North Farm West site, and it's a site that's been enjoyed by the community for that period and is one that is valued by the community and was strongly opposed in terms of proposed development during the neighbourhood plan process. If I could, sorry, did you want to come back on that because I want to move to another site, please?
Very briefly, is this another site that's not in the plan?
This is a site in the plan.
Oh, in the plan, okay.
Yes, indeed. The site at Moor Lane, Cleedon. This site has gone through the process, Greenbelt assessment and assessment for site selection. However, we have a new situation that is occurring. We have a major application for a solar farm immediately to the south of the housing site, promoted by Sunderland AFC. This is a very exceptional circumstances case because that field is in the Greenbelt, but it adjoins the housing site. So far in the consultation process on that planning application, the applicants have refused to engage over the issue that we have a housing allocation immediately across the road. And I would want this raised at this examination so we can consider whether there are any implications on the site selection for the housing site in relation to a proposed solar farm.
I'm not sure if that's something I'm going to necessarily entertain in terms of when did the proposal for the solar farm or solar proposal come in? Is that a formal application?
Yeah.
Yes, it's a plan application and it was submitted post Regulation 19.
And it remains undetermined? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I think what I would say in relation to what I've just recently heard is it won't be my role as part of this examination to say to the council were I to think that more sites were needed for housing, to say you'll put in site X or site Y. If I come to a conclusion that the plan is not sound on housing numbers and more land is required, that will go to the council, and it will be for the council to assess and determine what it can do and how it can do it. I'm sure their position will be, we've identified the sites that we think are the most or an appropriate strategy to meet the housing need. I think what I do want to just be assured on from this exchange and from what I've heard from Mr. Martin, from Mr. Thompson, and from others, is that the evidence base neatly kind of ties in and ties up. And if there's been any kind of oversights or there's things that just haven't quite sat in the correct place, then now is an opportunity to kind of look at that, reflect, and obviously there'll be an updated, I'll be looking for, presumably I will be looking for a sustainability appraisal addendum if we get to the stage of proposed modifications. So there is an opportunity to kind of look at this. Mr. Martin, briefly.
Yes, it is very briefly. It's just in response to Mr. Butler's point. It's just a statement of fact. The site is privately owned. If anybody does go on it, it's trespassing. And part of the flaw in the wildlife corridor work is the fact that it seems to be on the basis of a secondary feature which it thinks is able to be accessed by the public, but it's not, it's private land.
Okay, for the benefit of the examination, I do not go onto private land. At this stage, I do not need to look at emission sites or sites that are not currently in the plan. That would be, as I say, a matter were I to conclude that additional sites were required, that would fall to the council. But I will, and I have looked at the proposed sites that are in the plan, including GA2, so I have been there and I've been to that area. Can I now hear from Councillor Taylor, please?
Okay, thank you, sir. First of all, I'd like to thank the council for reducing the amount of green belt to be used from regulation 18 to 19. So, that was a positive, I'd like to start with. And we're going to all hear that lots of effort and reports and research and work has been undertaken to choose the green belt sites. And that's in direct conflict with the amount of work that's been undertaken on the Roman Hass site to prove or disprove that it's able or not able to be built on. I thought that would be really helpful now to have that for you to make a clear determination. So I think it's quite stark, the contrast there. In this inquiry must be evidence-based, after all. I think if we have higher density homes, lower housing need in the brownfield development like the Roman Hass, would be to take all green belt allocations out of this this local plan. In regarding North Farm, the two pockets, I would like to see the second pocket, GA2, removed, because it is a part of the wildlife corridor and something that I don't know if it's been mentioned already or not, because I haven't been, I couldn't get on Teams like I said yesterday, but the road over rail bridge at Tile Sheds, I don't know if people are aware, but it should have been built by now, which it would be going from Benton Road over to Boker Lane, which is right where the GA2 and the site that's no longer in the local plan sat. And it was to help with the metro and the trains that are going across the line to get people over quicker. Now, because of campaigns and data wasn't there and everything, that hasn't happened. But if these houses are built on that green belt, there will be the data will then probably be there to show that this tile shed flyover, as campaigners are calling it, will need to be built. Now, that's going to go straight through a triple SI site. All of the Great North Forest trees on Benton Road are going to have to be felled for it. And it's all, like I say, it's also a wildlife corridor. So these are the knock-on effects of the green belt. So hopefully, you know, all this, I don't know if you do or don't factor this kind of thing in, but it all feeds into why we shouldn't be building on the green belt. In regarding Wellands Farm, it's just quite, you know, sad to see that the data's there to show why it shouldn't be built on, and the views still that it should be built on. It's quite striking today to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Obviously, we'll come on to look at the detail of site GA2 in Bolton, East Bolton next week. So we'll pick up some of those issues then. I'm going to move on from general approach to site selection. We'll carry on for a little bit longer, and then we'll take a mid-afternoon break. Item 14 on my agenda for this afternoon. This is sort of allied to site selection, and particularly when we're looking at potential alterations to the green belt. Again, I appreciate we're going to look at this in more detail for specific sites, but as a sort of a general approach, and the MPPF advises again in terms of, I think it's paragraph 142, that first consideration should be given when looking at releasing land for greenbelt to land which has been previously developed and or is well served by public transport. And I'd just like to invite the council, I think it's in response to my MIQ 411, how you've approached that when you've looked at potential alterations to the greenbelt at a reasonably high level without getting into sort of too much of the site-specific detail, because we'll come on to that next week.
Oh, that's okay. So as set out in the council's response to MIQ 411, in terms of access to public transport, we've set out that the borough is actually quite well served in terms of accessibility. We've referred to the carbon audit document, which we mentioned yesterday, in particular figures 3.5 and 3.6 that show just a small area to the southwest of the borough as not being within at least a kilometre of a bus stop, and identify sort of the central areas, particularly of the green belt and around the main urban area, to be accessible to metro systems as well. So we consider in terms of the green belt that accessibility wasn't particularly a constraint within South Tyneside due to those connections, also the nature of the borough being fairly compact and reasonable access to existing public transport. In terms of existing previously developed land, brownfield sites within the green belt, they were considered through the site selection process. Within the response to 411, I think it's paragraph 457, we set out a number of sites there which were rejected, and the reasons for those sites, brownfield sites in the green belt, being rejected, that reason is set out in that response. Where sites were brownfield and were considered to be suitable and available, they were allocated. So that includes land at Whitburn Lodge and Wardley Colliery in terms of brownfield greenbelt sites.
Thank you. And in terms of accessibility to public transport, people have already referred to, is it proposed extensions to the metro network? And the reference to, is it to Washington? Is that something that's committed to, or is it still at a kind of an early kind of investigative stage?
I think it's just sort of been announced recently, just before the examination hearings, as sort of that is something that we should go ahead through the new mayoral authority. And also add as well that we do have safeguarded land near the Wardley Colliery allocation as well for a metro station, which will be part of that.
Thank you. We'll have a session on general approach to kind of infrastructure as part of stage 2. So if there has been a material change and there is perhaps more positive news or announcement, we could perhaps feed it into the stage 2 or understand it as part of the stage 2 stage 2 part of this examination. Thank you. In terms of general approach to the green belt, I think the answer I'm getting from the council is that most parts of the green belt are well related to kind of public transport. We'll discuss that in relation to. Okay, just sorry, is it Mrs. Hunter or Mr. Green?
It's me. In the infrastructure plan, there was talk and aspiration of a metro station between Felgate and Peelaw, which would have served the Felgate housing estate. That now hasn't got the funding to go ahead. In addition, with Felgate's transport links, although it looks on paper as if it's fine, you know, you've got a bus service going around the estate. The estate only has 2 primary exits from it. One is onto the A194, which data statistics, you know, which I'm going to ask you at a later date to request, will show that it is gridlocked every day. The other one is on Felgate Avenue, Hedworth Lane. Now, what happens with that is because it's so close to the in Hedworth. Since January the 6th, it creates rat runs through the entire area as a result of what's happening on Felgate. Now you've got people on the next estates down that are complaining because, you know, there's more and more traffic coming through. And our argument next week is going to be, and we've got all the facts and figures, that the new build on Felgate will severely worsen the situation around the entire area. It's not just Felgate; it affects the entirety of it. So if you're talking about transport links, unless we get hover buses, the buses themselves get stuck in the traffic. What we're getting stuck in. So everything, the metro station, you know, it's small. It's a very small metro station. No spaces. Because all the traffic's gridlocked and it's essential travel because you've got parents taking their children to the gymnastics from work, you know, pick-up, drop-offs, it severely worsens, and it's a 20-mile-an-hour residential road. Now, I know we'll get into this, but you cannot, because we're discussing transport links, you cannot get the buses around the estate because on a lot of occasions it's single lane because you've got residents rightly parking on one side, you've got the buses trying to get them on the other, but you've got traffic coming this way. And I know we'll look into this next week, but in relation to transport link, Felgate isn't the place to put a development, particularly with an access road onto a 20-mile-an-hour residential road. You know, it's bonkers. It's. I could give you a Geordie expression, but I'm not going to go into that.
Well, I think that was one.
Seriously, but yeah. If
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Hunter, please.
I think it's just to back up what Mr. Green said there. I travelled on the metro. Thankfully, I don't have to do it now. The metro at Felgate is absolutely full to capacity from 7:30 o'clock until 9:30 in the morning. You couldn't get standing room. You had metros going past, and the availability of putting additional metros on at that station is practically zilch because it shares it with British Rail. So whilst it has a metro station, does it have a metro station that could cope with the volume of potential commuters coming from this build on Felgate? I would say categorically no.
I'll want to come on to,
Yeah.
to,
Yeah,
to
that's
the
all-
detail of
that's-
this
that's really all I've got to
next
say.
week, but yeah, thank you. Councillor Taylor and then Mr Butler, please.
Thank you, sir. Just some clarity about the, you mentioned the Washington Metro line. I know there's one metro track behind Chaucer Avenue, and there's a one that used to be metro track, the Mineral line from behind Lidl, running. So which one is it? That because it's not easy to tell from the basic maps available online.
It's just Washington Loop. I don't think it's shown on our policies map what.
So it's not the Mineral line that runs right. Thank you. Thanks for clarifying that.
Mr Butler, please.
Thank you, sir. Yes, in terms of whether sites will be well served by public transport, we had the exchange yesterday over the situation at East Bolton Metro Station. We have a metro station there. It's at capacity in terms of ability for commuters to park their cars, and has been a continuing and long-standing issue of overspill into the surrounding residential streets. So locationally, you may think that the metro would be enable those sites to be well served, but in practice it's a real problem.
Thank you. Mr Thompson?
Yeah, I would just like to add that I don't think the approach has considered areas well served by public transport. We've obviously heard about Felgate, but obviously I'm going to talk about Whitburn. Whitburn is well served by public transport and only has 2 small allocations there on the north side. So, yeah.
Thank you. Just looking at my agenda, item 15, we've covered some of this, I think, already, and I'd asked Mr Allen about the approach to kind of compensatory improvements, as this is also a part of paragraph 142 of the MPPF, and just the general principle of looking at greenbelt alterations. Can I just ask from the council in follow-up to my MIQ 412, has it been the council's approach to adopt what was put forward in the LUC report, or have you revisited that, amended it, looked at kind of additional or alternative approaches to compensatory improvements?
No, the LUC report has informed the key considerations that are included in policy SP44 for the site allocations.
And I have got questions for those who come to all of the respective sessions when we look at Bolton, the Felgate, Whitburn site, Clevedon site. I've got a specific question around compensatory improvements and how that will be secured through those proposed allocations. I'm going to suggest a short mid-afternoon break before we return for the issue of safeguarded land. Mr Hutchinson, is that nameplate up from earlier?
Thank you, sir. It's with regard to question 15, if I'm able to respond to that. I know you're going to talk about specific sites next week, but in relation to compensatory improvements to the green belt area, we'll go into more detail about that next week when we're talking about site GA2. The proposals for potential mitigation and enhancement measures are outlined in the Greenbelt Study 2023, GRB1, and the South Tyneside Green and Blue Infrastructure GBI Strategy 2023, NAT1. However, they haven't been carried through as considerations for the developments of the sites in question.
Thank you. I do want to follow that up as a specific question when we come on to the individual sites. So I note East Bolton Neighbourhood Forum's position on that. Okay, I'm going to take a brief mid-afternoon adjournment. We're not quite at 3:30. Can we be back in this room, please, at 20 to 4? And when we return, it will be item 16 and 17 on my agenda around safeguarded land. Thank you. Okay, it's coming up to 20 to 4, so we'll press on. This will be the final session you'll be pleased to hear for this matter for discussion today. I'd like to pick up my agenda. It's item 16, and we'll probably wrap that into item 17 as well. The MPPF at paragraph 143 of the September 2023 version of that document also sets out other matters to kind of consider when defining greenbelt boundaries, primarily as part of the local plan process, and things that should be taken into consideration. And one of those factors is criterion C, which says, where necessary, identify areas of safeguarded land between the urban area and the greenbelt in order to meet longer-term development needs stretching well beyond the plan period. I think I've tried to sort of stress, for the benefit of those who don't deal in planning or policy on a day-to-day basis, safeguarded land has a particular meaning. It's land that is taken out of the greenbelt or require alteration, and therefore the exceptional circumstances to do that. But in essence, it's safeguarded or put to one side for future development requirements, principally as part of the next local plan process. So my general questions at MIQs 413 and 414 were whether it was necessary for soundness to further alter the greenbelt boundaries in terms of their longer term endurance, and I think I'd like
need. Been candid in that it is meeting its need according to the standard method and no more, and that is the purpose of this particular plan. In my submission, for this authority to propose any further greenbelt land for development on a safeguarded basis. So I think that sums up our position.
Can I, well, I'm going to seek clarification on some parts of the council's statement, just so that I'm clear. Okay, thank you. It was just, I just wanted to explore a little bit more with the council. It's paragraph 469 of your statement in response to my matter issues question 413. And the council describes it as an inherent uncertainty in determining housing needs in the future. It would be difficult to demonstrate exceptional circumstances. And then at paragraph 472, and as we've discussed at previous sessions, it's obviously a transitional plan. Anticipation will be a local plan, a new local plan will follow shortly thereafter, and the council says it's accepted that in all likelihood it will be necessary to allocate additional greenbelt land. I mean, as you sit here now, is there that inherent uncertainty around determining housing needs and numbers in the future?
I think what the first paragraph that you're referring to, that is basically refers to our position at the preparation of the Regulation 19 version of the local plan, obviously where the safeguarded land at the south of Felgate was removed. I think if referred to the Council's response to question 415, particularly paragraph 4.82, and it sets out some of the considerations in terms of housing numbers that were at play at that point in time when we were considering whether or not to retain the safeguarded land in the Regulation 19 document. I think that's the uncertainty that that paragraph is relating to in terms of the decision making in preparation of the publication draft local plan.
Thank you for that. I must admit, I must have read the paragraph 469 as about an inherent uncertainty in terms of determining housing numbers beyond this plan period. But I've made a note of the council's response to that particular point. If I can turn to those who are advocating or suggesting that it would be necessary for soundness to include safeguarded land as part of this plan, I'm going to invite Mr. Morton first, as I think that has direct bearing to the example referred to by Mr. Shadaravian. And I've obviously read your representations, and I understand others are all similarly advocating for this plan to have safeguarded land, and that be a modification necessary for soundness. So, Mr. Morton first, please.
Thank you, sir. Just starting with policy and 143C of the MPPF, I think the key word there is well beyond. So there needs to be enough greenbelt release to ensure housing needs are met well beyond the planned period. As we discussed yesterday, this plan sets a bare minimum housing need, and against that it removed the 15% buffer and it removed safeguarded land. So those two contingencies and flexibilities on the plan have both been removed. So what this end of the table said yesterday is this is a plan that does the bare minimum in terms of greenbelt release, and then that's got to sit beside that well beyond part of the MPPF. So I'm struggling a little bit with that. Just in terms of that inherent difficulty point, hear what Ms Lamb says, but what we do know is that prior to submission, the government produced a new standard method figure, which means the council will need to prepare a new local plan. And we heard yesterday that the intention is to do that quickly. I have some doubts about that. But what we do know is that that new standard method figure means there'll be a need for an extra 5,000 houses on top of what's in this local plan. And given the council's position that exceptional circumstances apply in this plan, plan number 1, it's inherent that those extra 5,000 houses are going to have to come from the Greenbelt. And I included in an appendix to my statement where the council estimated that would be an extra 200 hectares of Greenbelt land. So it's academic that more Greenbelt land's going to be needed through a plan. So my suggestion is that safeguarded land is the appropriate policy bridge between plan number 1 and plan number 2. Doesn't allocate the land for development in plan number 1. It simply signposts that that's land for extra development, and it's a decision for plan number 2 as to whether that should be allocated. But coming back to the fundamental point, I fail to see how this plan can demonstrate consistency that Greenbelt boundaries won't need to be amended well beyond the planned period.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Morton. In terms of sort of just draw you on my sort of second point at item 17 of asking the question whether the evidence exists to identify areas for safeguarded land or whether further work would be necessary. And I've heard from the council, I think they say there's been no sort of exercise of kind of looking at alternatives to date. So again, thinking about the practicalities of addressing if there is a potential soundness issue.
Potentially. I think what I would go back to, you wouldn't be starting from scratch on this, and just picking up the KC's point yesterday, this isn't a modification that changes a planned period or anything like that, so slightly easier to deal with. There has been work done by the council at the regulation 18 stage where the Felgate land was identified as safeguarded land, and that Greenbelt assessment, I know it's moved on with the LUC work, but that Greenbelt assessment did assess the Felgate site as a whole and scored it relatively strongly. There was a category above that which was strongly, and it didn't fall into that camp. I think just perhaps thinking about a point which may come up, that the safeguarded land would go into land which LUC have identified as high and very high harm. Again, thinking about local plan number 2, local plan number 1, this plan already allocates or proposes to select sites that are moderate in Greenbelt terms. So to identify land for a further 5,000 houses, again, to me, it's academic that we're going to have to go into land that's high and very high harm.
Okay, thank you. If I can bring in anybody else who wishes to come in on this point of safeguarded land. I think others, yes, Litchfields, Avon Homes. Mr. Westwick.
Yes, sir. Fully support Mr. Morton. Probably the question is where that safeguard land is, and I think it just goes back to your point about how quickly that could be done if there was a issue. I think yesterday we did have the conversation about adding additional within the evidence base you've got can be done within the 6-month period. I think the council acknowledged that, and I think we heard today they've got a very thorough Greenbelt review. I don't think it'll be too challenging for the council to essentially look at those sites and do that within the timescales prescribed.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson for Banks, please.
I was just going to say what Mr. Westwick's just said there, basically, that the Greenbelt study's being done. It's identified land that's of moderate harm. We've seen that sites of moderate harm being allocated. So as a starting point, that would be an easy area to go to safeguard land there.
Thank you. Just pick up, or just be clear on, I think, reasons why people are putting forward safeguarded land or the optional potential modification of safeguarded land, not just in relation to what the MPPF says in terms of meeting longer term needs, stretching well beyond the planned period. So I've heard from Mr. Morton in terms of the direction of travel, in terms of housing need figures. I don't know if it was, I can't recall if it was Banks Property or somebody else also saying around safeguarded land having a benefit in terms of de-risk if there are risks around delivery with Felgate. It would provide alternatives.
Yeah, well, obviously Felgate's a big site. I've heard about issues that could arise of infrastructure delivery and the impact that will have on housing delivery. Our opinion is that the SLA delivery on Felgate is quite optimistic to deliver all them units in the planned period, and quite high yields as well in some of the years. So by safeguarding additional land, that allows a bit of a buffer there if Felgate was to under-deliver in this planned period, that other land would be available there to make up that shortfall.
Okay, thank you. If I come to Mr. Green and then Councillor Taylor, please.
Sorry. Yeah, the Felgate Greenbelt, yeah, I mean, we're going about, I mean, I'm just reading the exceptional circumstances here, point 2.21, assuming I'm on the right report. The health of residents in South Tyneside is generally worse than the regional and natural averages, with many residents facing health inequalities across the borough. One of the council's key ambitions is for residents to be healthy and well. Residents will enjoy good mental well-being and physical health throughout their lives. They'll have the best start in life and to be able to live and age well. Now, the Felgate community, it is a community. They're on about putting another community in, but the Felgate Greenbelt consists, it's got a working form, which is a community within a community, so it helps us, but they've got their own community within it as well. We've talked for the past 3 days about the problems it has with traffic, flooding. There's been who's responsible for the flooding, who's going to pay for the traffic infrastructure. One of the costings
undermining urban regeneration goals. Conflict with South Tyneside local plan policies as well. South Tyneside adopted core strategy includes policy AA1, which seeks to maintain the openness of the Greenbelt. Any allocation of Greenbelt for development must demonstrate that alternatives have been considered and the plan-led approach is being followed. Piecemeal release undermines local plan consistency and public confidence. Environmental and landscape harm as well. Greenbelt in South Tyneside includes areas of high landscape value, farmland and coastal green wedges. Development risks permanent harm to visual amenity, landscape character and sense of openness. This conflicts with local and national objectives for landscape protection and green infrastructure. There's been several, well, about, I don't know, 4 or 5 councils where the local plan was dismissed, and that was primarily due to weak justification for Greenbelt release, which I hope that is evident at the end of this process as well. You've got South Oxfordshire District Council, Castle Point Borough Council in Essex, St Albans City and District Council, and I know one of them, was it South Oxfordshire District Council, the examiner forced changes to that, and it did actually go through, but that was all because of the Greenbelt as well. Exceptional circumstances weren't met. So I submit that releasing Greenbelt land in South Tyneside is contrary to national planning policy in the NPPF, which requires exceptional circumstances and prioritises brownfield redevelopment. The allocation fails to meet the tests of Greenbelt release, risks undermining urban regeneration and would harm landscape, biodiversity and climate commitments. I urge you, the Inspector, to conclude that this allocation is unsound on grounds of inconsistency with national planning policy, lack of justified evidence and conflict with a plan-led approach.
Thank you. I think it was Mrs Hunter next and then Mr Green, and then I'll come back to the council.
if you build in a safeguard, it will build in apathy. It will restrict the council from looking for more brownfield sites. The reaction of Mr Morton, I think he already knows that. He's going to immediately go for the safeguard of another 1,800 houses. This isn't, you know, I would like to know how we can see in the future, because I don't think any of us can. We've got massive movement in AI. We've got massive movement in automation. We've got massive movement with world trade. There is nothing there that would infer that there is going to be a need for an increase in the sort of houses that would be built on that green belt. So I go back to the initial why the government have set these targets. And one of the main reasons they've set this target is because of homelessness or inability to afford a home. These homes on that green belt are not going to be affordable. So whilst the government are saying they're setting a figure of, say, for example, 3,000, they're not setting a figure of 3,000 prestigious homes that are out of the range of the residents in the borough. If we build this safeguard in there, you're doing a disservice again, because you're actually hitting a figure but not getting at the root of the problem. So I think we need to revisit just exactly what the government is trying to achieve when setting these housing figures. It isn't a pass to the developers to make millions on a greenbelt land. It's to actually solve problems at the lower level. And I think when you look at the way forward, if you like, if you can see the way forward is not going to be for prestigious homes. There's going to be, I know I sound like a harbinger of doom, but, you know, we are sleepwalking into what AI is going to actually achieve. And the first thing it's going to do is get rid of jobs. If we tie people into massive mortgages that they can't afford, they will leave that house, and what will they be looking for? We won't have it. So whilst it's not a charter for developers to build prestigious homes on the back of something that the government implemented to solve an issue that they're not going to solve. That's all I'm saying. I think it's just dangerous to build in a safeguard.
Thank you. Mr Green, please.
Yeah, this area, you know, it's got, you know, it had a massive shipbuilding industry. It's been renowned for heavy industry throughout the years. Now, that's gone, and what they've done in this area is, without releasing any green belt, they've built on those heavy industry sites. You know, you've got the Hawthorne shipyards, you've got railroads, you've got the old Heaven College, the Maples, old Holborn, Plessy, and there was no green belt land used up for that. It was brownfield sites, you know. Now, what's to say that over the next 15 to 20 years, again going on what Karen's just said about AI, that a lot of where industry's settled at the moment, so you know, you've got a lot of industrial complexes around the area. You've got Hollingsby, there's a lot. What's to say that the land there won't become available to build the houses for the future generations, instead of safeguarding the green belt? And I mean, we're not. I mean, I'm just reading something here. You know, yeah, there's been, you know, the Savills have put 11 years' work, during which time significant investment and resources have been putting into the plan by many stakeholders. What I'm saying is the investment we have to put in is not for monetary purposes. It's for our children and our grandchildren, and that they take it away. You know, we're not doing it for profit monetary. We're doing it to safeguard it for the children. So instead of safeguarding the land, you know, for their purposes, safeguard it so that they've still got some green space left.
Thank you. I'd like to come back to the council. I think the points that have been made by Mr Morton and similarly by Mr Thompson, and particularly this issue, I think, sort of pushing back on the council's position that it would be premature, that there is grounds now here for safeguarding to be part of an appropriate strategy for this plan.
Okay. In order to answer that question, my first proposition is that the issue of safeguarding has to be looked at strategically. that in itself has implications in terms of looking at what alternatives exist and what information is needed in order to support any such assessment. I'll come back to that. Let's remind ourselves then what the strategic responsibility of local planning authorities is. It is to establish a housing requirement figure for the whole area, which shows the extent to which the identified housing need and any needs that can't be met from neighbouring areas, if relevant, can be met over the plan period. And the MPPF makes it clear that the requirement doesn't have to be, may be higher than the identified housing need if, for example, it includes provision for neighbouring areas or reflects growth ambitions linked to economic development or infrastructure investment. So that then is carried forward into the requirement for local authorities to identify land for homes. Set the requirement, having regard to the need, and then you need to identify the land for the homes. And the requirement is that specific deliverable sites for 5 years following the intended date of adoption, sites should be identified, specific deliverable sites should be identified. For years 6 to 10, and where possible, I emphasize that, where possible for years 11 to 15, or the remaining plan period, specific deliverable sites or broad locations for growth need to be identified. That is a requirement. We fulfill both of those, albeit that there is an issue over the final year of the plan. When we go on to consider this in the context of paragraph C, just let me go back to it. I'm actually working from the wrong MPPF mistakenly, but that's why I'm not referring to paragraph numbers at the moment. But the content is the same. Just forgive me. Bear with me for a second. The requirement is, hang on. Where necessary to safeguard land, and that necessity is expressed as being for development well beyond the plan period. I've given one example where that might apply. So, for example, we may be fulfilling the requirements of the MPPF in identifying land for housing to meet the identified need and the requirement for the plan period by identifying a site which is going to actually fulfill ambitions for growth well beyond the plan period, because it's the most viable and effective way of delivering growth through the plan period and beyond by way of a new settlement. You can't plan for a new settlement just within the plan period. You've got to know what's going to happen well beyond it. And I'm giving this as an example only. There might be other examples. That requires infrastructure investment, long-term internalization objectives, which require the sequential development of land. So that development comes in an orderly fashion and a sustainable fashion. You can say with a reasonable degree of certainty at this stage that that safeguarded land will be needed beyond the plan period and can be accommodated as part of a review earlier on if it needs to be brought forward at any particular stage. So that's a prime example of where it becomes necessary to safeguard land, because it's almost inevitable that that land will be included in later phases of development. We can't say that here. There is no comparable situation here. And moreover, for as long as we are meeting the requirements of the MPPF in identifying sites for the plan period, there is no necessity to safeguard land beyond the plan period. So it just doesn't arise. If there is a need to identify further sites to provide flexibility in terms of meeting that need within the plan period, then you will come to the decision that there is a need to go back and look at other sites in order to supplement provision through a modifications process. And that would allow you then to make assessment of sites, alternative sites, in a green belt context as well. It would need to consider all aspects. Much of the work would have been done, of course. It would need to be refreshed and made sure it's still up to date. But the raw material is there upon which to make those further judgments, should it be deemed necessary to do so.
Okay. Are there any further submissions on safeguarded land? Oh, Councillor Kilgore.
Thank you, sir. Just kind of to summarise, and I absolutely do agree with Council on this, that we've already discussed today the inconsistencies, the uncertainty, traffic, flooding, bridle path. We need to consult on the likes of Grey Belt. There isn't the metro that was intended to be planned for the Liam sideline. We simply don't have the detail, and it's not an exceptional circumstance that's been able to be demonstrated to remove from the green belt for 1,200 houses, let alone 3,000. So I would absolutely agree with Mr. Allen on that as well, when he looked at the openness, the impact that 1,200 alone would be unacceptable, let alone 3,000. And I totally concur with the council and my colleagues along this side with regards to the refusal of any provision for safeguarded land. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Butler.
Thank you, sir. I would also concur with the council that there's not a need for safeguarded land. You pointed out that paragraph in the MPPF says where necessary. I think you've also indicated that the council at the moment has prepared proposals that would meet the standard method, although of course I've made a submission that that should be lower than the figure that's been given. We also have a significant nationally important employment site underway. We're not just talking about potential safeguarding for housing here, we're talking about safeguarding for all types of uses, and therefore there is at the moment the long-term planning both from the IAMP position in terms of employment and for housing that can be accommodated in this plan, and therefore safeguarding is not necessary at this time.
Thank you. Okay, I think the matter of safeguarding is firmly left with me as part of my deliberations. I've heard the respective submissions, and I've got the various statements that I'll be looking at. I wonder if I can just bring this afternoon's session to its close. We've kind of touched upon this, and there may not be too much need to kind of go over this further in sort of too much depth or detail. But my MIQ 415, and it's my final sort of question, or agenda item 18, was around, obviously, I'm looking at the soundness of the plan that is put before me. That was the Regulation 19 plan in 2024. But obviously, during the course of the plan preparation, various other proposals, including safeguarded land that we've just been considering, were consulted on but subsequently revised and not presented. and whether that remains a justified approach supported by the available evidence, including the Greenbelt review and the submitted and the sustainability appraisal. I appreciate the Council's given its answer to my MIQ for 15. I don't know if there's anything further the Council wishes to add or expand upon that point. No. Are there any sort of final further submissions on that? So I'm probably looking principally at the bottom end of the table that you haven't already made today under various items on the agenda. Mr. Ayrton.
So sorry. Just in relation to the buffer in terms of land supply. I think I understand there's no buffer being applied, so not 15%. In our submissions, I think there's a clear case for a 20% buffer to be applied to the first 5 years, in accordance with paragraph 68A of the MPPF. The Regulation 18 version had a 15% buffer, I think. And the reason the Council provided for having that was to give the plan the flexibility and ensure that if there is a degree of slippage over the plan period, that it does not ultimately leave the plan vulnerable against delivering upon its need. This ensures the plan is all positively prepared and effective. I still see those reasons being applicable. So I guess when I see the requirement in the MPPF for a 20% buffer to be applied, I don't see any justification not to apply that.
Thank you. I think the Council confirmed yesterday, correct me if I'm wrong, that 15% was kind of a buffer on the land supply situation, not the housing requirement. So I think I will want to kind of come back and look at this, Mr. Ayrton, when we look at the overall housing land supply. Very much picking up the point from Mr. Shadaravian about a deliverable supply in years 1 to 5 and really ensuring that that's in place to give plan-led certainty.
To make it absolutely clear, my response on the issue of safeguarding land wasn't intended to mislead you on what the MPPF requires in terms of housing supply. I was merely setting out what it requires in the context of meeting need over a period of time, and how the safeguarding elements of the MPPF related to that.
Thank you. I'm going to draw this afternoon's session to a close. Can I thank everybody for their contributions today. We are sitting again tomorrow, but people might be pleased to hear it'll be for tomorrow morning only, but we are starting the first of various discussions on sites, and we're going to be looking at the first site in Hebburn and then the Wardley Colliery site. Again, it's another 9:30 start. I might see some of you there. Alternatively, I might see some of you at subsequent sessions next week when we return for Felgate, the Boldens, Clevedon, Whitburn, and all points in between. So thank you, everybody. We'll adjourn.